Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
JS Racing. We're in the game.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Contact here out of turn 4.
Tries to slam the door, but they sends him right back up the racetrack.
Big moment for Boney between him and Dexter. It's Ryan Kuhn yet again out of turn number 4. He's going to win for a second time in the Misfit Touring Series. But it's all about Christian Peterson out front. 9 top 5s, 9 top 10s, 4 times he's finished runner-up. But tonight, it's the first time win here in the Touring Series.
Christian Peterson, after 17 races,
Welcome to the World Center of Racing here in Daytona Beach, Florida for the first ever MRL 500, a continuation of the Podium 500. It's all presented to you by RaceMRL.com. The sun is shining, tempers could be flaring, the heat is going to be on, the racetrack will be slick. And it'll be all brought to you right here today on V-Speed in partnership with PRG Esports. Welcome in, viewers. We thank you for joining us. I am Scott Shive. I'm joined alongside by my partner and co-host, Connor Horn, as well as our producer, Bradley Cooper. Cameras all provided to you today by Dougie Beard. Well, Connor, let's start talking about it. We're back at Daytona. It's that time of the year. February has begun, and the racing season is upon us.
Racing season's upon us. The heat's going to turn up. Maybe not in my room, but on the racetrack it surely will be today. It's going to be intense. Me and Bradley saw what the duels were like yesterday. Those were 40-lap sprint races, basically, and we saw the bump drafting was intense, the side drafting was crazy, and there really were crazy checkups, and a lot of drivers were able to make it work, but there were a decent amount of crashes. We had crazy finishes in both duels, and the drivers we expected to be at the front battling hard in those duels were the drivers that prevailed at the front, and we starting at the front because of those duels, besides the drivers who qualified first and second. So we'll see if that pace slows down. We have 500 miles today, so that pace has got to come down. The aggression you would think has to come down, but we'll just have to wait and see.
Yeah, those were short shoot duels, short shoot heats, and now it's a change of mindset, a true change of pace on this 2.5 mile oval, 31 degrees of banking in the corners. The tri-oval, it can be a sticky place, especially when it comes to bump drafting. Obviously, Daytona opened February 22nd, 1959, and then not soon after, we would have the first ever Daytona 500. But we're in the sim today, Connor, and we're going to get to talk to some special people. We're going to get to talk to your two drivers on the front row. They did not compete in their duels, and so we want to get to chat with them and see what they have to say about the upcoming deals today, because it is absolutely going to be fun. And so I'm going to go ahead and pull in our friend Malik Ray, and that we will get to talk to him because I want to know what he's thinking about today. And we're going to get him in right now. Malik, you got a copy? I got him in here. He's on mute. We'll see if he's with his team or not. Malik Ray, hey, what's up, man? You got a copy?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Hey, we're good. How are you? Starting up on
I'm
the
all
front
right.
row. I say you have the easiest journey so far, but I'd say this is really only the beginning.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to just stay up front if I can. If they start getting too antsy, then I'll probably just drop to the back. It's a long race, so I mean, I'll try to stay up front if I can, but I'm not gonna get wrecked on lap 20 because they're going like 8 wide. So
Well, you're a very experienced sim driver, especially with this 7th Gen Cup car competing in the 2025 Coca-Cola iRacing Series this past year. Do you think a lot of that experience from last year will help you in races like this, that it is really the long game that matters?
yes, absolutely. I think like in these races, I think everyone they get I'd say like excited because like it's broadcasted and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, I am happy about that. But at the same time, it's like I'm trying to like make it to the end of the race. I'm not trying to be seen like on lap 5 or 60 or like lap 120. Like I'm trying to be seen on lap 200. So I think it helps out a lot.
You heard it here first. Malik Ray doesn't care about lap 5. He cares about the only lap that matters, lap 200. Malik, good luck starting from the front row.
I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
That was Malik Ray, and he will be starting up front, but he'll be joined alongside one of his teammates. In the fact of that, I believe it is Wyatt Gray, excuse me. It is Wyatt Gray. And Connor, I believe you're going to have him here to chat with him real quick.
I believe we are going to have him eventually, Wyatt Gray, trying to see which one of these Discords he is in. I don't quite
He's
see
got
him.
so many channels, and everyone's all over the board. We get to talk to them all, but they're just changing up and doing whatever they can. I found him over here. Here we go. Let's get him on in here to get a chat with him.
Wyatt Gray, do you have a copy? Got us, Wyatt Gray?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, outside front row for the biggest race of the season, biggest race of the month. Big deal for you, I'm sure, not to have to go through the duels and have to deal with any of that. But obviously, maybe not as experienced as those guys who ran the duels, but you have 500 miles to figure it out. What's your strategy for today and how to be at the front at the end when it matters?
The main goal is just to not wreck, I guess, and have a car at the end of this. So I'm probably gonna be pretty conservative early and just try to be around at the end.
And trying to be around the end, obviously, the main focus. I know you got teammates, you got friends around you to work with for sure. How are you going to incorporate them into the strategy for today? Does that come into play at all for the first 250 miles or so, and then probably goes out the window at the end?
Yeah, obviously, if we get those pit stops, that's gonna be crucial to have 5 or 6 of us lined up, organized. But I mean, once it gets down to those last few laps, it's every man for themselves going for that $1,000.
Yeah, every man going for himself for 4 digits. It's going to be a crazy one, Wyatt. Good luck to you. Hopefully, you put on a show and you give us a good one and go for it today. You have a good one.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Well, we appreciate those two going in and chatting with us because it's going to be awesome. And we are going to go ahead and get to the grid. And 40 cars set to start this race. And it is going to be an all-out bout. It'll be Malik Ray, Wyatt Gray up on the front row. In row number 2, it'll be Jack Mace with Mark Parson, Josh Ball and Kyler Wynn make up row number 3. Daniel Falkingham and Jacob Dudai will start row number 4, and that'll be Vicente Guerrero in row 5, along with Trevor Archamwolf.
Cameron Craighead, 11th. He had a great save yesterday. Sam Taylor, 12th. Cody Neagles will be in the 13th position. David Flanagan, 14th. Keegan Sobilo, the 07, will start in the 15th position. Stephen Miles, right alongside him in the 24. Daniel Eberhardt, a lot of experience on the sim. He'll start 17th. Hudson Geiger, 18th. Christian Peterson, who had a pretty crazy duel yesterday, he'll start 19th. And rounding out the top half of the field, Aaron Johnson in the 78th.
It'll be Justin Melichar in the 11th row, along with Andrew Paleshi. Then it'll be Jackson Beast in row 12 with Jake Sylvia. Christian Rhodes and Chris Schubert make up row 13. In row 14, it'll be Aiden Sharin and Scott Warren. Row 15 will be Luis Ettinger and Tom Quillring.
Another guy with a lot of experience, Justin Levine, will start 31st in the back alongside Michael Sturgill in the 55. Manatsi Major, the 82, will start in the 33rd position. 34th, Aaron Brown, then Dylan Jones, Dustin Shepard, Nathaniel Pollard, AJ Magilo, Tyler Cronister, Nathan Harper, Travis Owens, and Josh Caudle rounding out this field.
Well, Connor, we got 42 cars set abreast, 2 wide. Let's go for 500 miles. You caught a glimpse of the race analysis, bottom left-hand corner. Connor and I will get to chat more about that as we go along, but we'll have plenty of time throughout this race to be able to talk about all of it. Wyatt Gray from the outside row got clear towards the bottom, moving down, but look at this. Mark Parson, 77 from row 2, looking outside for the lead. Big move there from Kyler Wynn.
Big moves, kind of part of Kyler Wynn's DNA at these super speedways. He's got to win in the Podium 500 in 2024. A few drivers who have won big Daytona races. Obviously, Malik Ray won the Florida 500 this past week. So most of those guys are at the front of the field. Jack Mace, an FTF 500 winner in the top 10 as well. Those are the guys that you're really going to be seeing all race long at the front, battling hard, blocking hard, and just making the aggressive moves that you have to make.
Well, Connor, it's clear that you know all the people, you know everybody, and it's glad that we have you in as our analyst, and I'm glad you'll be giving us all the information. Oh, aggression. Oh, a little bit of a slip there for Kyler Wynn on the outside in the 89. It was the 3 behind with Sam Taylor. That was a big, big moment for the outside and big checkup. You can see the bottom lane got a great run there. 3 cars out towards the lead, all on their own. It looks like Mark Parson tried to pull out a line, but now he's coming right back to that outside line, killing the momentum.
Kyler Wynn, he ended up jumping to the outside right there. Wyatt Gray's going to push him by Jacob Dudai for the race lead. So Kyler Wynn gets his first lap lead of the race. Now it's Trevor Aswinarth in that 89 car who got a little sideways off the front bumper of Sam Taylor. So we'll have to end up seeing who works with who can push the best, who can lead the best. Everyone's going to be paying attention to that if you don't have your teammates kind of sorted out. If you're kind of a lone wolf in a race like this, you're going to be seeing who's making the most aggressive moves, who can get you to the front quick, and you're going to be keeping that in your back pocket in the last really 50 miles or so when you go to make your move.
Teammates will be absolutely an essential piece of staying alive in this race and being a contender in the end. Here goes Wyatt Gray looking low. Outside line is the place to be now, but Wyatt Gray pulls out. I'm not sure why he made that move, honestly. Just no one was down there, tried to pull out. Maybe he felt that he was getting squeezed, but he finds a place in line in 6th place behind David Flanagan in 5th in that 31. So a little bit of an odd move for Wyatt Gray, but we'll mention it all day long, Connor. We've got a long time to go, looking along with Trevor Arwalt. Oh my goodness, Aswarth. There you go. Thank you. I appreciate you, Connor. Wow, that was a tough one for me. I'm glad you got it. But they were riding along with Trevor in the 89. He is currently sitting in 2nd place, right behind Mark Parson, who leads the race.
Hard one for everyone. Aswarnoff kind of all over the place in the 89 yesterday, but he's found himself at the front, and that move by Wyatt Gray, I don't know if it was too random. Once again, it's a long race, so he doesn't have to stay at the front, but the temps in these next-gen cars, they climb so quickly when you're bump drafting and tandeming with someone. He probably had to just get out from behind them and had to bite the bullet, fall back, and just keep the temps low. That definitely could have been his strategy there. But what it did is that outside line got a big run ahead of the rest of the pack, but Kyler Wins brought the inside line back. It really with Cameron Craighead down there.
That inside line came roaring back with a fierce amount of speed. And now look at this. About row 4, we're 3 wide with the 24 of Stephen Miles leading the charge in that 3rd lane. He is the first to say, I'll take it 3 wide. I'm ready to get aggressive. But is it too early for that?
It's hard not to be aggressive in these cars, especially if you're at the back. You can lose the draft so quickly to the point where we already only have 40 cars in this pack, and we might be losing a few more. Nathan Harper, Travis Owens, they've already lost touch. So a lot of those drivers who are kind of at the back of the mid-pack, you have to be aggressive to stay in the fight because, oh, Kyler Wynn, big wiggle up to the top of the racetrack. But it's so easy to lose a draft that you're going to see aggression at an all-time high probably for the whole race.
Man, it was a huge hit from the 31 of David Flanagan to the back of the 82 in that outside line after Kyler Wynn got shuffled up, and that outside line is diminishing very quickly. Everyone is abandoning that charge, and Wynn left out, hung out to dry all alone from the lead, all the way back now behind 20th place. That's how easy it is to get shuffled out.
And that slam drafting, like we mentioned yesterday, it's kind of what you have to do in this car. You can't really afford to lift off the bumper of the guy in front of you, or else you're just not going to have the momentum that you need to get to the front. And you're going to have to take those risks of getting damage to the front bumper. David Flanagan at 31 car, he's got a pretty big hole punched in that nose because of that push he gave to Kyler Wynn. But that's the risk you're going to have to take today.
See, but Connor, is that worth it? It's so early in this race, and we know how important aerodynamics are here at the World Center of Racing, especially if you want to be leading the pack. There's 200 laps, 60 mile per hour on pit road, tons of tires available for these drivers today, so we'll probably see 4 at every stop, but some people could take the gamble for track position. But mentioning, though, that bump drafting, that slam drafting, is that worth it to take that hole in the nose at such an early stage of this race?
I think for the most part it's going to be. I don't know if it was right there, but really if you're not having, like, it's not like the Xfinity car or really any other car in a service where you kind of have to slow down before you bump that guy in front of you so you don't turn him. I mean, you have to do it to keep momentum up. As long as you're not completely damaging the engine or even someone's rear bumper, if your rear bumper is okay, you're probably fine. The front bumper, as long as it's not completely caved in, Flanagan himself, he should be okay, but it's something later in the race, it's going to be totally okay, and the pushing will probably get worse and worse. Right now, you could probably hold off, but Flanagan's just trying to stay at the front.
Riding along with the 07 of Jack Mace, and it is really tight up here in the front. All these cars, bumper to bumper. And you mentioned that overheating. They've got it. That's something that they have to think about constantly. Got to back off, get some air into the nose, into the radiator, but you mentioned that slam drafting, so different from any of the other cars on the iRacing service, especially within the NASCAR ranks with the now O'Reilly Auto Parts car and the Craftsman Truck Series truck. It is just so different with these composite bodies. They really can take a lot of force, and they are extremely strong. Here's Daniel Falkingham in his number 39, watching along with him. He's currently in the 4th row on the inside, now in the 5th spot. Daniel Falkingham, we know him as well from the iRacing NASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series, and he is one that is a winner over there, and that he is a very strong contender, someone to look out for. There we go. Got moves on the outside with the 07 of Jack Mace.
Yeah, he's a
3
winner
wide for the lead.
He's a winner in Indianapolis, so he's pretty good at the super speedways. In my experience racing with him, he's tough to beat, so he'll be tough to beat today. But what we have is not really a breakaway, but a split of 2 packs. Turn 1 last lap, I had a big checkup on the bottom of the racetrack, and it took a lot of drivers. It's effectively split this field in a little less than half. Kyler Wynn has gotten stuck in that second line, having to lead that line, but they've lost about a second or two. If you're orderly, you can catch back up to that lead pack pretty easily, especially when they're 2-3 wide, but definitely don't want to have to be playing catch-up so early.
Yeah, this is one of those ladder packs. But you can see Kyler Wynn trying to lead that line back towards the front, trying to catch a sniff of the draft. They're all single file down on the bottom, all staying together. That's Kyler Wynn, Jackson Bice, as well as Michael Sturgill, trying to make the run. Look, this is what you need to do if you're a pack like this. Falling back from the leaders, work together, stay in line. It's so easy to say, oh, I want to take it too wide. I want to get in the front. I want to be leading this line. But the more that these drivers side draft each other and get too wide, the more that they would slow each other down. So this is the right way to do it, to say, hey, we got to catch back up to this pack before we can really start fighting.
And what we saw from yesterday is Jackson Bice is a pretty good pusher, and Kyler Wynn, I like what he's doing there. He's taking the pushes in the straightaways and through a tri-oval, but he's doing something smart, and what he's doing, he's going high in the corners, so Jackson Bice in that 33 car can get some air to the nose and be able to push down these straightaways. You'll see right here, the 82 will go up just a little bit, and it doesn't seem like much, but that much clean air to the nose for the oil temp and water temp, it makes such a difference. It brings it down so much. So what he's doing pretty smart. It's for the most part working. They were a little faster in the lead pack last time, but still not quite back in that draft range yet.
Michael Sturgill in the 55 right on their bumper as well, helping them push between the corners. Bit of a different look here between the two. 33 of Bice, still right on the rear bumper of the 82 of Kyler Wynn. This is some experience being shown of good pushers and being able to take the push. I think, honestly, that's one of the hardest things, Connor, is being able to take the push and stay with it. Ours went off up front, trying to get back to the lead. He has been battling near it, and he wants to get back up there.
And one reason you're able to kind of slam draft in these is because these cars are pretty stiff, and it's pretty hard to knock them sideways from a rear bumper shot. When you get on really the quarter panels is when it becomes an issue. When you come side drafting, if someone's side drafting you and then so you get bump drafted, then it becomes an issue. But we saw a few incidents caused by not square bumps, and that's something people got to be aware of. You got to be able to push properly, and you got to be able to handle one. If you can't handle a push, you're not going to be having many friends near the end of this race.
No, you're definitely not, and I would say I'm in that category. This super speedway racing, people think it's just a pack going around in circles wide open. But, man, there is so much difficulty and so much talent that comes along with being able to prevail in this style of racing. These first 26 cars in their own singular pack. We talked about the pack led by Kyler Wynn. It is now being led by Jackson Bice. But this front pack being broken up a little bit, and this is one of your front row starters, 18 of Wyatt Gray. He's back in 25th, barely hanging on.
Barely hanging on could be by design. It's been pretty crazy to start, not as much as we saw in the duels, but could be just him trying to lay back and not really want to be a part of it. Could be him saving fuel. The fuel might be right around that lap 40 range in between a 4-stop and a 5-stop, so we'll have to wait and see. Could also be maybe trying to drop back to Kyler Wynn, who I believe is going to be helping a little bit today as well. So he might be trying to give him some draft maybe to catch this pack a little bit quicker.
You want to stay with it. I want to mention as well the 97. What a beautiful car that is for the 97, and is it just a great look. And I'm trying to see who it is. I don't think he's got his SIM number correctly stamped, so I'm trying to find who it is, but it's a Red Bull car with the 97. It's that nice, beautiful orange. There we go. It's Aiden Trin And that is a beautiful looking car. I'm a little bit of a fan of Red Bull, so those schemes always look good to me. But I'm a big fan, Connor, you'll learn this quickly. I'm a big fan of colors. And there are a lot of great colors going on here for this MRL 500 because I love a good paint scheme.
No, because we got turned.
Trouble and nearly trouble.
Oh,
It looks
they
like everyone
saved it.
stayed straight. I cannot believe that they were able to save it and hang on for that.
Oh,
We're going to
that's gonna
stay green for now.
That's going to cause chaos, though. We're going to have so many drivers lose the lead line big time here. First car I saw around was a 03 of Magelo. Just saw the 73 make a pass below the line, but it looked like he was avoiding an incident. Saw the 03 get turned. There's with checkups. There was drivers all over the place, and it looked like David Flanagan got on the left rear of Magelo, and already we saw that 31 had a dinged up front bumper. And that can be what happens when you have a dinged up front bumper, but also he was just pushing on the left rear quarter panel entering the corner, and that's the worst place you could do it besides the exit of the corner.
Yeah, just a really bad spot for a lot of those drivers.
Oh, they're crashing again live, and they are saving it again live, and that was in the second pack again. My apologies. Asranoff had a little bit of a sideways moment there. They've somehow saved it again, but this is chaos.
This is absolutely chaos, but shows you how talented these drivers are, able to save themselves from an incident of that nature.
Wow,
So it was David Flanagan that was involved. Wow, look at this second incident. Yes.
That was crazy by Asranoff.
It was, and that he was the leader early on for a lot of this race, and he got shuffled back. Wow, Asranoff, that is truly impressive. It is so difficult to catch this next gen. I have never seen something like that, especially at a super speedway. Hats off to Asranoff for that save. Talking about the first incident, it was Maglio, Flanagan, as well as Jack Mace. Christian Peterson barely missed it. Hudson Geiger was involved, and then Tyler Chronister in the 99 got a bit of a piece of it. But I cannot believe through both incidents, all these drivers were able to stay straight and keep on racing. As you can see, though, it has definitely changed up the style of race for now because the pack is completely gone.
Yeah, somehow we lost even more drivers in that first pack from the second incident. We got through turn one the last lap pretty well, at least. So we'll see what ends up happening the next few times as the pushing and the checkups maybe aren't as bad in that lead pack, because you do have some drivers with damage now because we didn't have those yellows. We now have about 19 drivers in this lead pack. Oh, another checkup. There it is. They're almost crashing again. Now the 97 spinning, but he's going to save it, and we're going to have no caution again.
Cannot believe it. What is going on? These drivers getting a little aggressive, but it doesn't seem too bad to have an incident. Let's go back and watch along. Watch with the orange 97. It's the car that gets most askew.
Started at the front because I think Christian Peterson was getting blocked or making a block, and it looked like the 77 took evasive action. Not the 77, but the 007 of Keegan Sabilo. It kind of came down on the bottom lane right there, and then the 9 was kind of up the track as well, and it's just another stack-up scenario when there's a checkup, and the 97 somehow was able to save that. He was about 45 degrees sideways, but this has been a frantic start, more than I anticipated in a 500-mile race.
Well, I mean, we were fairly calm for quite a while as the 77 looks low. Here comes a huge run from Daniel Falkingham in the 39. This is that up front lead pack that we talked about. There's a couple different packs right now, so he is a part of that lead one for now. But what a big moment, and this pack is truly been shuffled about. Falkingham, you can see when you ride along with them what these drivers are seeing and why we have those big checkup moments, because you can barely see anything when you're riding along with them.
Yeah, guys with manual spotters, actually, real life spotters actually have, I would think, pretty big advantages because they can actually tell you if things are stacking up in front of you and whatnot. So I think those drivers can have the biggest advantage today, but it's already been frantic. And what that third mini incident did was almost bring that second line back into the fray. So now the point where we have 15 drivers in this lead pack, and you have about 19, 18 drivers in that second line, a single file trying to catch back up, and they're pretty close, but just kind of like earlier with Kyler Wynn's line, who is in that second line still. They're not quite there yet.
Yeah, Kyler Wynn still in that second line, but he's moved up position since the incident. He was about 27th when he was in that second pack that we aforementioned. And the first pack got broken up into two. The second pack joined up into the new second one. And so there's all these different packs that you're racing in. But it looks like the first one is being truly reformed. Daniel Falkingham, look at this. We got Nagels right here in the number 6, currently running in 13th position. So
There's a crash. Mark
There we
Parsons
go.
around.
And that is going to bring out the caution. Daniel Falkingham, he's involved. He is sideways down on the apron, and he will spin out, but keep it out of the wall and keep going. But first caution at Daytona on lap 22.
Fourth time's the charm.
Fourth time is absolutely the charm. I really thought they were going to save it again after all the other incidents that we've had. Look at that awesome shot. Bradley Cooper, shout out to him as our producer. It looks like it starts early with that 77, and Daniel Falkingham gets a piece of it in the 39, but honestly, not as many cars involved as that as some of our other almost big moments, but it was just enough for those cars to go sideways, and looks like a big bump there from the 88.
We had the 118 pushing the 77 to Mark Person. It looked like Person and Jack Mace got pretty close together, and the 77 reacts to it, and the 118 hits him in the left rear once, and it just sends him around. It was kind of a weird situation. Not really a stack-up situation, but it's like the 77 got spooked and trying not to hit Jack Mace, and then kind of moved himself up the track, and Sylvia just couldn't react in time.
Not enough time to react for the 118 of Jake Sylvia, who had done a great job to continue to move forward after starting in the mid-pack for this race. So the first caution has been thrown. I can imagine that most everyone will come in for fuel, possible tires. I imagine cautions are going to be the only time where we might see 4 tires, because here at Daytona, really, the tires don't wear too much. Now, I will say, it depends on what iRacing has done here, Connor, because with the continuation of updates for this Goodyear tire, the tires could wear more than they have in the past. So it could be more of a factor, tires here today, but, you know, that's only up to iRacing. Here we come. Everybody's coming in, single file. Time to pit for the first time today.
Definitely depends on what you want, though. I think most people are still going to go with not really taking tires majority of the time. It's going to come down, oh, we got a spin on the back of pit road. Someone spun. That was Aaron Brown. But everyone's
Aaron
pretty much...
Brown.
It's pretty much, you know, pretty much everyone else is probably going to take fuel only or 2 tires. It depends how much they value track position. It looks like a decent amount of people at least doing right sides.
Look at that. That's the 03 of Maglio.
He missed
Just
a stall
driving
by a
all
mile.
the way back, as I was going to say. I was waiting for him to back up, and then he just kept going. Look at that. Nagels, excuse me.
He got
gonna be the
disqualified.
first time.
He actually got disqualified for that.
Oh, are you serious? Wow. That is huge. Did not think that was even possible, but it's a disqualification for the 03 of Maglio for reversing too far on the racetrack. That is, I have never. Bradley Cooper,
That's
he's
just
seen it before, but
That's so
he was right there.
unnecessary. It's so unnecessary. You have to just go back around. You will not, you know, if you go back around, you don't get a black flag for not pitting. I mean, I haven't seen that in a while, honestly. I didn't see who turned Aaron Brown, but it seemed like a lot of people missed their stalls maybe because of that. And, I mean, Mazio just wasn't, I mean, he didn't even know where his stall was. And it looked like the 76 got in Aaron Brown, I think. Oh, then he hit the inside wall a little bit. This is what happens when you have 42 cars trying to pit at once. It can be chaos, especially under caution. Just think what it will be under green. But it just looked like Aaron Brown, that 018, just, you know, tried driving through pit lane, trying to get to a stall. He tried to get to a stall, and the 76 was to his inside.
Well, all right. We've had quite a shakeup. It's Cody Nagels in the number 6 who had the fastest pit stop time. Looks like it was 2 tires for him and maybe just fuel. I think it was just fuel only, though, for Malik Ray, 1.1 seconds in the box. So Malik Ray, after having some troubles early on, getting shuffled back in the pack, he's going to be one of the only, I think the only driver to take fuel only. So a different strategy call than most of the rest for the one of Malik Ray. He said he doesn't care about leading early. He doesn't care about being up at the front early. Only the end.
Definitely seems like a few people I think Cody Neagles took fuel only, Sylvia, Melikar. Majority of these guys at the front probably took fuel only, but I did see a decent bit of drivers take 2 tires for sure, and that could end up mattering and could end up not making a difference, and we'll just have to wait and see how it possibly ends up.
Well, the biggest mover throughout this race will change lap after lap after lap, but right now it's Josh Cottle in the number 13 car in the 14th spot. He is up 28 positions from the start, and he started dead last. So a lot of room to move forward for the 13 of Josh Cottle, but as of now, he's your biggest mover. Connor, we've had our first official caution of the day. Do you think this puts everything into perspective for these drivers and calms them down more? Or do you think this break only gives them more energy to ramp it up?
I hope it calms it down. I mean, that was crazy. We should have wrecked probably 20 cars, and somehow the only driver we've lost from the race was backing up 10 stalls on pit road. So it seems like everyone just is not really handling the checkups right now, especially in the bump drafting is just not square enough. So it just, for some reason, those last 5-10 laps, everything picked up and everyone kind of forgot what they were doing. And I don't think tire wear had much to do with that at all. So I think drivers just got to back off a little bit. It's really hard to make speed if you're not slam drafting, but most of these drivers are going to have to try to find a way to ride a little bit because, it's, you know, especially what Malik Ray said. You just got to make it the lap 200. You have to have a chance. That's why he's at the finish of all these super speedway races in the Coke Series, because he knows he has to get to the end of them. But a lot of people have to figure that out themselves and probably have to figure out how to do it.
A lot of drivers need to figure out what the right time is, when to go and when to wait. It's probably a waiting time for now, but we are go, go, go. It's green, green, green back for the MRL 500, 1/8 of the way through the race, on to lap 26. Nagels and Melichar out by quite a lot. Now they're drafting back to the pack, looking to move up to Brock that high line, but is the 14 going to move out? Excuse me, the 48, that was. He's going to move out. That is Cameron Craighead. He's going to get near side with the leaders as they make door-to-door contact, but now Craighead all out on his lone.
He'll remember that from Cody Neagles. They kind of moved up to the middle of the racetrack, and the 48 was the odd man out. He tried to door his way down to the middle to get in, and Cody Neagles came back up and said, no, you're going to the back of the field. Both drivers will remember that from one another, but that was aggressive for lap 26.
Well, Craighead pulled out to try to go to the top side to block them, and the 14 of Guerrero did not follow. So Vincent Guerrero did not go with that 48 and try to put them back in the pack and try to get to the front row. He stayed in line, and that is what put Craighead all the way back on the outside. You can see him still leading that third lane, but he is a lot farther back than where he started for this restart.
It's not much of a third lane. It is a 2-car tandem, which kind of can work near the end of a race if you time it right to get away from the pack, but otherwise probably not going to be the way to do it. Like we mentioned yesterday, what I mentioned yesterday with Bradley, it's kind of a 4 to 5 car tandem works better than a 2-car tandem. It's just you got more drivers bumper to bumper, usually the better, but you have to be literally on everyone's bumper, so it could end up really stacking things up badly. We'll probably see that. We've already kind of seen that at the beginning of the race, and I'm sure we'll see it at the end. As now you got 3 cars up to the third lane with Cody Neagles leading this field, kind of blocking Justin Melikar a little bit in that middle lane.
Melikar in the second spot in the purple 84. They ride down the back straightaway. Third lane beginning to form, so other people are deciding maybe it's time to go. And Malik Ray, one who said he's very patient, he's the first one leading that third row. He's being pushed by the 07 of Jack Mace. Look here, the 23 moves up to block. That's Christian Peterson.
Well, Malik Ray said he wants to kind of survive, but also he's actually at the bottom of the racetrack, but he also wants to be near the front of the field as Peterson could not be in the top side anymore. He goes to the middle. He has no help, but he'll be falling back on 2 lanes he could choose to be pushed by. As in the wall, little stack up on the top side of the racetrack. This is dangerous.
Excuse me, that is the 01 of Josh Ball. He is slated on the racetrack as the 1. So I thought it was Malik for a second, but it is the 01 of Josh Ball, just not sporting the O, just the Red Bull Max Verstappen style scheme. But he is the one making his way towards the front. You were right, Malik is just hanging out towards the low side. The aggression is still up. Contact between the 84 and the 07. Oh my goodness.
And Cody Neagles is blocking a lot for lap 29. I understand keeping the track position, but you do not have to be Dale Earnhardt Jr. It drives me crazy in officials. It drives me even crazier in a 500-mile race that you have to be doing this. I get it. I don't blame people necessarily for doing it, but it does, don't be surprised if it causes an incident early on when it probably shouldn't.
Definitely could cause an incident. Travis Owens in the 0-2 just following along with this. Now he's going to be hooked up with Melikar. They are leading the third lane, and man, they are bouncing off the walls. They are bouncing off each other. This sounds like a recipe for disaster, Connor.
And it's frantic blocking too. He just doesn't know what line to be in. He got in front of Jack Mace, then he went back to the middle, but he's found kind of a home of those higher two lines. Mace up to the inside. We've seen Jack Mace have great car control today. He'll probably need it again to have to win this race. Won by 2/1000ths of a second in his duel, the first one that we had yesterday. He's sponsored by Great Britain, so that maybe bodes well for him. And like you mentioned, he's won a 500-miler here in FTF series, so he's trying to get at least a second one.
Well, and you talk about that finish in the duel. It was the closest finish ever in V-Speed broadcasting history. No other race ever broadcast on V-Speed has ever finished as close as those two drivers did, as we have a moment up front. But you talk about closeness, and that is what it could absolutely come down to here today with the first ever MRL 500. 31 laps will be completed this time as the 9 of Jacob Duati. He is going to move back down to the bottom, but here comes Cody Neagles.
And what we've seen probably the back half of the field instead of being a lot of drivers in one big pack. We've seen it's even more than half the field. We've seen really, well, no, it is majority half the field, just single file behind this lead pack. I mean, everyone else, I think, did get the memo. Hey, this is a little too crazy this early on. Let's ride just a little bit.
That is exactly where I would want to be. I do not want to be in this front pack. Honestly, where Justin Melikar is in the 21 position in the 84 car, that purple machine, that is exactly where I'd like to be sitting, right outside the top 20, all single file, not too far away from the pack. Don't want to lose it, but just out enough that there's an incident up ahead with them. I've got plenty of time to get up on the brakes. You see him with the live shot. Man, we got to get some stuff for his walls. We got to get him some decoration. He's got the sim rig and the sim rig only, and that's what some men or women only need in their life. Hey, I've got a couple decorations, but I could do with just the sim rig, and Justin Melikar feeling the same way.
They get around some lap traffic. Driver Azwarnoff, for some reason, I don't know if he was repairing damage, but he didn't catch the pack, so he'll be really the only driver running one lap down for the time being. Only other driver laps down was AJ Maglia, who's obviously disqualified for backing down pit lane, which you can't even do in real life, but Melikar, one of those drivers just riding, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see more drivers try to join him in just riding. There's a lot of heavy hitters back there as well. Jake Sylvia, Aaron Johnson, Wyatt Gray, who started second, Melikar, Dylan C. Jones, who has Coke Series experience from 2016, I believe, Jackson Bice, a number of drivers, especially Kyler Wynn, probably the biggest driver back there riding.
Yeah, Trevor Azwarnoff, that is a really tough hit, especially to get damage early on, because he was doing a great job early on and leading. The biggest mover now, it's Aaron Brown, who actually went for a spin in the pit road, like you mentioned, Connor, and now he is up 31 spots from 34th place. He is sitting in third, now looking for second in that 08 team.
Whoa, and he kind of shoved Josh Ball up the track a little bit. I don't know if that was by design, but they got a little squirrely up the racetrack, and he got clean air to his nose because of it. But Josh Ball's got a pretty good push from Cody Neagles in the middle. But Aaron Brown, don't think that happened on pit road. He has a little bit of front-end damage himself. But you can see, the majority of the drivers, it seems like if you don't have a dent on your car, on the front of the car, you're not trying. It's almost like Bristol. If you don't have a donut or a rear front bumper smashed in, you weren't really at Bristol, Martinsville, that type of stuff. So wear it as a badge of honor at a track like this, I suppose.
I'd be wearing it as a badge of honor, but only when the checkered flag flies. Until then, I don't want a piece of damage. I want my car to be able to be pristine and cut through the air. More big moves. Aaron Brown going to switch up to the outside line. Here comes a massive slam bump draft to the 07 from the 01 of Josh Ball. Jack Mace will take that hit, run down low, side draft the 018 of Aaron Brown, but it's still aggressive up here. And look at this. It looks like Brown is going to get hung out.
And I was about to mention how Aaron Brown did not make many friends in his duel by making late blocks and such. And I wonder if that was a message from Jack May saying, hey, we don't want you up here because of that. I'm shoving you out. Because you saw Jack Mace had the inside line clear, but instead he went to the middle, so Aaron Brown was pushed out of the draft and pushed out of that second lane. So we'll see. Aaron Brown will remember that himself.
Well, everyone knows who they're racing in this deal, and if you don't know someone, you just don't know if you can trust them when it comes to racing around them in the draft, because it is so easy to give a bad push, take a bad push, and get sideways. So you like to see familiar faces when it comes to who you're racing in this draft style racing, and when you don't see someone you know, you're like, hey, I kind of want to get them out of here. I want my friends with me, not some random guy, because who knows what can happen.
Yeah, who knows what can happen. I mean, there were definitely drivers in the duels that made friends, some drivers that didn't. I know a lot of drivers in Duel 2 were not happy with Travis Owens making the field after causing an incident. But speaking of Travis Owens, he's found his way to the front, and he's gotten to the bottom of the racetrack. He's into the top 6 all of a sudden. He started dead last.
Travis Owens has done a great job so far in that 0-2. He was one of your biggest movers until the 18 of Aaron Brown moved up to the front, but now Brown has moved back, and so it is back. The honor is being held by the 0-2 of Travis Owens once again as your biggest mover. 32 spots gained, but Justin Levine, he's trying to challenge for that. 26 spots gained in the number 19 car up in the third lane. That's that bright yellow number 19. Trying to create momentum in that high line, but there is a lot of movement up front. It's hard to create something consistent with all this movement from the front runners.
Yeah, sponsored by the Team Conti guys in that Toyota Camry, and he's always a threat at any racetrack, really, not just the super speedways, which that's kind of a theme with these guys. A lot of guys who are great at the super speedways, but you know, they can win on any given track on any given day, and Justin Levine, he's one of them for sure, and he's kind of been biding his time. We haven't really seen him get to the front this far, really, until now, pushing that 007 Keegan Sabilo, who is the 77 on the racetrack in that Mac Tools Camry.
007. I've been watching James Bond all weekend. Keegan Sabilo looking to be the fast assassin today at Daytona. So Sabilo running in third spot in that 007 car. I'm gonna enjoy saying that. That's gonna absolutely be a fun one for the rest of this race. Coming to complete lap 39 this time, on to lap 40. So still so much racing in front of us, Connor. And maybe we're getting that calm moment now. There's a lot less shuffling in the front, but you know Daytona, it could switch up at just any minute.
It only takes one checkup and one bad bump to still take out probably 10-plus cars right now. But we have seen more drivers go to the inside line and just kind of preserving their stuff, maybe saving fuel. You had that yellow at around lap number 22. I would not think the fuel would end up being really close to making any sort of number and cutting a pit stop out, but could just be a lot of drivers trying to save their stuff. Mark Person is kind of in the last single file driver. He has a lot of front end damage actually, and then everyone else behind him single file as well. And the only driver really every driver is in the pack, just only one driver one lap down, and that's Trevor Aswinoff.
Aswinoff, if we get a caution, would be the recipient of the lucky dog. But you mentioned it as well, talk about pit stops and fuel. You know, we haven't even talked about the mention of possible green flag pit stops.
I'm sure they're thinking about it. And I would say we already saw how many issues there were under caution, and which, you know, that's not completely uncommon, as here comes a 0-2 for the race lead on Jack Mace, but you really cannot afford to pit with 42 drivers. I mean, we know this. You can't do it under caution. You're not going to be able to do it under green. What you're probably going to want to do is you're going to have to find your teammates, you know, have maybe 4 to 8 drivers who come to pit road with you. As there's 4 wide, there's cars in the wall. 76 got put in the wall. That was Scott Warren. It looked like they got 4 wide. They've kept it straight. That was really weird. But what you want to do, you pit with 4 to 8 guys so you're not completely cluttering pit entry, so you can have clean entries into your pit box and all that. But that's what you want to do when it comes down to it. But yeah, that just looked like, I don't know why they went 4 wide, just kind of a misunderstanding. Maybe it started with Mark Person getting a little sideways. Aaron Brown on the bottom. There's a checkup, and Aaron Brown tries to avoid the 73. They got away with one there.
Yes, seriously, they got away with one. Scott Warren has got to be thanking the Lord that he did not get involved in that, and that was not way worse. Wrecking in the tri-oval is one of the worst things, and especially when you're an iRacing spotter and a driver, that is not one you want to hear. Wrecking in the tri-oval, not a thing that you want to hear over the radio. So, a lot of drivers staying safe, and Scott Warren will join in the single file line down on the bottom that is about 25 cars long. My name is Scott Shive. I'm joined alongside by Connor Horn, Bradley Cooper in production, and our camera is provided by Dougie Beard. We are going to take a quick break, step by to get some water. Do not go anywhere. We've got a long race ahead of us and a lot of action to go. Side by side, presented by 918 Designs.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer.
JS Racing. We're in the game.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Thanks to the side-by-side presented by 918 Designs. Of course, the moment we went to break, a caution comes out. Huge wreck happens. Drivers coming down to pit road, some to fix damage, some to take fuel. But Connor, take us through that incident.
Yeah, really weird incident. We saw the 66 come together with a driver. That was Chris Schubert, who ended up kind of causing all that on the top part of the racetrack as Josh Ball kind of lit it up out of his pit box. I don't know if we can get another replay, but it was the 66 of Chris Schubert stuck on the top. He tried to get down behind Nazi Major. He just clipped him in the right rear, sent him spinning, and that sent the 99 of Tyler Chronister into Aaron Brown. As you can see right here, 66 with a, kind of going backwards. Right there comes down to the 82, and it's on from there.
Oh my goodness. Looking along with the 14 to Vincent Guerrero. That was a little bit of a hit for him, but nearly made it through unscathed. Let's watch along again.
That was Aaron Johnson.
That was Aaron Johnson, in the 78.
We'll see
So
the
we'll ride
66 right here. You could see him on the outside line, dropping back. He's got a gap to get in. He's going to go for it. He just times it wrong and just hits the 82 in the right rear, and then that sets it off. Aaron Brown gets a big piece of it because of it. A few other
There it
drivers
goes.
piled in a little late. I think I saw the 81. Jackson Bice got a little damaged, but he should be okay. Andrew Paleshi came in there a little late. Aaron Johnson ends up getting the worst of it, probably done for the day with a meatball flag.
Yeah, Paleshi, he could be a heavy hitter in this MRL 500, but now the question is, how much damage does Paleshi have? As you see, the 18 here of Brown, he's going to get spun around, able to get it through the grass and keep going, but there will be plenty of time for damage repair here. Now, if you're one of these cars involved, you're hoping for a handful of cautions to be able to come down and take time to get that damage fixed, Connor.
Yeah, definitely for sure. That's, the advantage of a 500-mile race. As long as you don't have an excessive amount of damage, you should be able to get these next-gen cars fully repaired with the new damage model and kind of changes that they made over the years. These things, unless you get like big suspension damage, most of the time all the cosmetic damage, the aero damage, that can be fully repaired for the most part. There are instances when you can't.
Well, this paint scheme was actually designed by his daughter. So this is a really cool paint scheme. It was scanned in. He scanned it into iRacing. It's Tom Q-Ring, and this is really cool. Started in 30th, currently running in 31st. So just trying to move forward. Tom Q-Ring, one of those guys that's definitely hanging out and just riding along in this MRL 500 for now. This is really cool. It's charity to raise money, but this is really awesome by the 46 to be able to scan in his daughter's iRacing paint scheme that she designed for him. I'd love to see stuff like this, Connor.
I do like the roof number. That's not facing towards the spotters or the guys in the infield, but it's facing the drivers kind of above and in behind. I like that feature personally.
Well, if you're getting a view of his door number or his roof number as a driver, either the 46 of Tom Q-Ring is in trouble or you are in even bigger trouble. So I'm glad for now only us and the viewers within the sim are watching along and being able to see that awesome number with the 46. It's just really cool. Thank you for watching. We're so glad that everyone is here joining along with us for the first ever MRL 500. We mentioned it. This is a continuation of the Podium 500 ever since 2024 when Podium went dark. The 500 went dark as well. But Kyle Adams and everyone over with the Misfit Racing League says, hey, that's a really important event for all of the sim racing community. It's something that the sim racing community needs once a year, especially to come back and do this. And it's back now, renamed as the MRL 500, but it is still the same and it has the same prestige. Someone will go home an MRL 500 champion today, but we've got 153 laps until that point comes. Green flag back in the air. Cody Neagles in the 6th, leading. Had a great pit stop, same as the last, and so he will stay out front. Josh Ball keeps his track position as well with a short stop. A lot of people just taking fuel, some taking 2 tires, but it seems to be 2 tires or fuel only is the move right now.
It seemed to put us kind of on the same fuel window that we would have been if we didn't have that first caution. Again, that yellow kind of dropped around lap 45. That's around when everyone pits, so maybe a little past when they would have pit if we had gone fully green to the first pit cycle. So that might make the fuel maybe a little bit tighter again.
Big checkup on the bottom lane with the 0-2 of Travis Owens. That has allowed 6 cars to get single file in that top lane. Currently the 118 of Jake Sylvia looking to be the 7th car, but it's 3 wide behind them. It's a sandwich for Aiden Schrin in the 97. It's Mark Person as well as Travis Owens now to his inside, but that inside line is falling quickly. I wonder if the 0-2 has damage.
Yeah, really no formation of that line at all. And I don't see any damage on the 0-2, but had a little bit of an issue yesterday with not holding the line. That's why people were maybe a little upset that he made the race, as he almost got into Hudson Geiger on cue as he jumps up to that top line. But yeah, there's no momentum, no pushing in that bottom line, and everyone's seen that and moved up the racetrack. It just could be a product of people maybe trying to save fuel, maybe to drop back. We're already seeing a lot of cars single file, but the cars that are going, these about top 15, are pretty crazy right now.
And it's been the same top 15 that have been 2 wide or 3 wide pack. Everyone else that has decided that they want no part of this has jumped out of it and is single file once again down on the bottom side. So new chapter, same book after this restart. A lot of these drivers that want to get antsy and want to get moving are still up here in the front. It is the 76 of Scott Warren decides to jump out of it in the third line and join up now second in line on that outside about the 8th row. He's being pushed by Aiden Schrin. They are maybe questioning where they're at this point.
They're questioning what to do and what not to do. I mean, we've already seen the 76 get pretty sideways a few times right now, but those guys on the outside line, those guys trying to push to the front, are still as aggressive as ever. Saw Josh Ball get in front of Cody Nichols, block that outside line. Jack Mace has found his way back to the top 5. Christian Peterson, Jake Sylvia up there as well. Here comes those moves to the middle. Mace made it right before Mark Person could.
Warren, he jumped down middle. Mark Person going to get big time loose on the outside. Aiden Schrin going to be able to check up, allow the 77 to catch himself and get traction once again. But that was another close moment of what could have been and what cars could have been taken out right along with Mark Person here in the 77. Oh, just gives a push and then he gets sandwiched there with the 97. And you give someone a push and getting pushed at the same time, it's easy to get real loose and lift that rear up.
And he got into the outside wall a little bit. So easy to do when you're in the third line, getting pushed up as far as you can go. They're hitting the wall down the straightaway even because of how far that middle line's pushing them up as Ball makes a move for the race lead. But so easy to do. And when you get into that outside wall, especially on corner entry, you get stuck to it. So you turn the wheel further left to try to get off the wall. And eventually when you get off that wall, you're going to come way down the racetrack and kind of be a little bit out of control. So it's not the last time we've seen something like that happen.
This is how crazy super speedway racing is. This is the 76 of Scott Warren, and we were just talking about him a minute ago, and he was in 14th on the outside. Then he was in second place leading. Now he's falling back. He's back in 6th, falls in line. It is just, everything can change in just a moment when you come to Daytona and when you race in this NASCAR series for super speedway racing. It is just a craziness, and that's why I say so much, Connor, that it takes a certain type of skill to be able to do this and perform well.
I mean, it definitely takes a certain skill. I mean, it's no surprise that, you know, like I mentioned, at the end of every Coke Series Super Speedway race, you're going to have the battle Malik Gray. At the end of every 500-mile race in February, you're going to have to battle Jack Mace. You're going to have to battle Kyler Wynn at the Super Speedways. Josh Caudle's got some pretty good Super Speedway pace. There are guys that just get it, and it doesn't matter the car. If this was a truck series, those same drivers would be running at the front. The 87 cars, you'll see those guys at the front, especially Kyler Wynn in those cars as well. It is definitely a certain skill. There is luck to it. There's no doubting that. There's luck that comes down to every track, maybe no more than the super speedways, but you still have to be able to get to the line first, which is very hard to do, especially in these cars where the runs are so hard and blocks are nearly impossible when you come out of turn number 4.
It is going to be tough. We are going to see some miraculous things, some miraculous moves, and maybe some miracles will need to be had for somebody to win or somebody to hold off a hard-charging driver behind them. Jack Mace in the 07. He has been one of the mainstays up front. We've had a few comers and goers, but the 07 seems to be one of those drivers that is solidly staying in the top 10.
And he doesn't really seem content with really staying in a single file line. Every now and then he keeps poking out, going back and forth. But it's probably the most calm we've seen the front of the field. You kind of have two distinct lines running the middle to outside, and then those drivers kind of laying back on the bottom of the racetrack right now. And the pace is considerably slower compared to what it has been in certain points. We've seen sometimes in the 45.6, 45.8 bracket, but right now the race leader is running no faster than 46.3, 46.4, so the pace definitely slowed down a little bit.
The pace has slowed down at this point. It's the first time we've seen the leaders single file for this long. There's a bit of too wide right behind the 14th, 15th position, right in that little pack, but it seems to be the outside line that all these leaders are taking and the inside line for a lot of the rest behind. What is it in the difference in running the line here? I've had the question asked to me so many times, Connor, of, you know, if you're running full throttle the whole time around the racetrack, why do you not make less time around the top side if you're running the same speed as you do the bottom?
if for whatever reason, for some reason, that outside line just carries so much more momentum, even with the straightaways being as long as they are. That outside line just able to carry momentum. And I think maybe something to do with you don't have that apron to deal with, and you kind of have all the track to work with. For some reason, you're just able to have more control on that outside. Something about just having the momentum up there, just having more room to work with, I think helps that outside line when you're in a single file line a lot more. It's why we see it in the real world, especially. You can do it in iRacing, but even especially in the real world, you'll see that outside line, that train around the outside, which was, I wouldn't say iconic, especially in the early 2010s with that package, but just something about it, just the momentum you can keep.
Lap car down on the bottom, and that is the 89. So he is going to go another lap down. Here comes more lap cars. That is the 99 of Tyler Chronister that all these leaders will meet up to next. But we talked about the lines. Josh Ball, he's wanted that high line. He's stuck with it. But the inside line has absolutely roared back to life. We are no longer single file on the top side. It is back to 2 wide, 7 rows deep.
Yeah, hopefully not 3 wide by the time they catch those 2 lap cars. Trevor Aswanoth, once again, did not catch up to the pack before they went green, and Tyler Chronister, unfortunately, just has a lot of damage that he's going to have to take all race to repair, but definitely saw those inside lines kind of catch back up to the, kind of those top 10 that were pretty solidly single file, so the momentum, eventually died. It's so hard to keep the temps cool enough to make that type of breakaway work.
Well, and Aswanoth, we mentioned him. He was going to get his lap back because he was the only car a lap down in that last incident, but he got involved in the incident, so did not receive the lucky dog. And now because of that, trying to fix damage, not catching up to the pack in time, he is at risk of going 2 laps down. Him and Tyler Chronister, 89 and 99, are doing their best to work together as much as possible. But with this pack, 20 cars together, working together, pushing forward, they are not going to be enough, just the 2 of them, to hold off this lead pack that is hard charging. Give it about 5 laps until this lead pack is trying to swallow them whole.
I believe Aswanoth did get the wave by on the last yellow, so he is lead lap.
Excuse me, I'm giving everyone wrong information.
He is currently lead lap. He will go a lap down again at some point. Also had Manatsi Major. He also lost the draft a few laps ago. He's also damaged. We have 36 lead lap cars in the pack currently, plus Dustin Shepard, who's already a lap down, and Aswanoth, Chronister, all they can do is try to hold on. It's going to be much harder for that 99, who will probably be at risk of going 2 down if he can't hold on to the pack this time around.
89 of Dustin Shepard was one that went by earlier down the back straightaway, right when this bottom line was forming. And look at this, it is the 77 up front. Mark Person taking the lead once again. He's someone that's been kind of shuffling around the top 10. Josh Ball, he's up in 4th, down on the low side. I think he's proven that the top side is his preferred groove, but he's going to go anywhere where he really has help.
It's kind of where to go. You got to go where the help takes you, really, especially this early in the race. If you're trying to keep track position, that's really all you can do, and that's what they're doing right now. We'll see if they give room to the inside line to kind of get by these lap cars. It don't seem like they really want to, but it's going to cause a wreck if you don't. Josh Ball and the rest of the drivers behind him going to get at least enough room as the 99 on the apron a little bit. Definitely a squeeze to that inside line, though.
It is definitely a squeeze to the inside line, but good sportsmanship from the 89 and the 99, able to stay down there. And he's going to get a little help here from the 48, so he's not going to be left out all alone. He's going to get some help from Cameron Craighead. So Aswanoth were able to fall in line and stay with this lead pack as the first car 1 lap down once again.
And we saw the 99. It wasn't completely perfect getting by those lap cars. It looked like 36. Hudson Geiger got into him a little bit, so that's going to hurt the 99's chances of staying in the draft, because you would think that inside line at the back probably won't go with him if he can't keep up. But speaking of that inside line at the back of the pack, they've kind of lost touch. We didn't really see any stack-ups for the most part. They kind of lost touch for a moment, but they should be just fine. If you can see how big of a run you can get, they're going 199 in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Really not speeds you see in the middle of the corners that often, but that's something that some drivers might put in their back pocket, right in their notebook, something like that. How big of a run you can get if you have the push and have the line behind you and lay back like that. You can get serious speed.
You can get serious speed. And it is the 33 of Jackson Bice rounding out the lead pack of cars on the lead lap. Tyler Chronister back there as well. Then it's Daniel Ephart running in the 23rd position, leading that bottom line of the entirety of the single file pack. So he would love to move forward and push them forward, but he might need some help from Stephen Miles in the 24 behind him in 24th spot. Here he comes. Give him a phone call. Ring him up, Connor. Hey, I need a push. Come on.
If I could, I would. Staple of the defunct Real Sim Racing series, Eberhard is. He was in there for a long time, always usually a threat at the front. But, right now, maybe he's okay with not having a push. He has enough draft, and he has the help behind it. If he needs it, I'm sure he'll ask for it right now. But one of those drivers that are content with running at the back. We've seen, more drivers start to be in the middle of the pack again, though. That 2x2's gotten a little bit bigger than it was the previous runs, as now you got that line with Eberhard. You still have Kyler Wynn, Malik Gray kind of laying back there, Wyatt Gray as well. Daniel Falkingham's at the back, Michael Sturgill also in there. A few of those heavy hitters who just don't want any part of this.
And Justin Melachar back there as well. Kyler Wynn, like you mentioned, Nathaniel Pollard. So some of those big hitters really running at the end of this pack, of this single file line. So I guess we shouldn't call it a pack. We could call it, I don't know, the Lone Wolves, but all working together. Who knows? But it's a 2x2 pack up front. It is the 77 and the 007 of Person and Sobillo leading the outside line. But here comes Josh Ball in the 01. He is someone that is persisting all day long. If you ever think that Josh Ball is not willing to lead, you just might be wrong, because he's going to find his way back to the front. Here he comes.
He's got to battle 277 cars on his outside right now, but he's doing a good job battling them off. But what we've kind of seen, maybe a little bit more orderly in these two lines this run. We're not really seeing drivers jump out of line to make that third line work, as there's a little bit of a checkup on the bottom of the racetrack. But it seems like not really many people are trying to slam draft, bump draft, 3 to 5 car tandems because of maybe how early it is. They've seen the incidents caused. They don't want any part of it, maybe. It seemed, at least the last 5 laps or so, more orderly.
It seemed a lot more orderly, a lot less of the wild moves, wild blocks that we saw from early on. So I think the pack has finally found its calmness, and now it's really just a waiting game. We mentioned Josh Ball, maybe wanting to take the lead, but I think he's just going to be calm about it. If I get a push from Nagel, I'll go forward, but if not, I'll just hang out here because he is in a good position. So I think this is the first time all day that we can truly say this pack has, quote-unquote, chilled out. But the question is, how long will that last?
Probably until pit stops, if we get there, when you see everyone trying to get back to the bottom line so they could get to their pit stall in something like that. That's something we've yet to see, as we're, 66 laps completed as we come up on another lap car. That's Minazzi Major, who we mentioned a little earlier. But eventually everything's got to get to the bottom of the racetrack at some point, and eventually you got to give way to that inside line so they can get by the slower 82 car. But eventually you got to pit from the inside line. Can't pit from the outside line, no matter what Quinn Houff tells you when he tried to do that at Texas like 5 years ago, 6 years ago at some point. Oh gosh, 6 years ago. But either way, you have to get to the inside line to pit. So drivers are going to be fighting hard for that. Once it comes down to that point, we really have only 10 laps or so of fuel left as Tyler Chronister pulled down the pit. We'll see if he calls it a night, possibly. He's just taking tires. He'll get back out there, but he's going to be multiple laps down.
Well, 67 laps complete, on to lap number 68. It is Mark Person remaining up front. We got past the lap car of Minazzi Major, and so it is clean running out front for these drivers. But you mentioned pit stops. We've only had 2 cautions, 34 lead changes so far. That's a lot of drivers that have been able to lead laps. But when it comes to pitting, you talked about the challenge of getting down to the low line. What about the challenge of, what if my teammates aren't around me? Who do I pit with? How do I know when everyone's pitting? Or do I have to come alone? Because I can't come alone.
Well, if you're pitting in the pack, if every one of your teammates you're planning on pitting with is in the pack, you should be able to form back up with them pretty well, as long as you all have clean pit entries, don't speed, all that type of stuff. But if you have a set group that you're pitting with, you have to make sure you know whose stall is where, who has the 40-second stall, right at the beginning of pit roads. You've got to be towards the inside wall. Who's the pole sitter? Malik Gray, someone like that, starting in the top 5. You have a late pit stall, so you got to get below the double yellow still, but stay all the way to the outside. Make sure that you're going to be on the outside of the pit lane going down pit road. You have to formulate this stuff and plan this stuff for sure before you do it. You have a plan in place, then you can succeed doing that, but it's still easier said than done getting to pit road here.
It is a lot easier said than done. And you mentioned entry. And how hard is it to get down and get entered, to get at speed? Because I think it's so easy to want to be conservative, but you can lose a lot of time being too conservative when it comes to pit entry. But you do not want to get caught speeding into that line, because that is a drive down and a 40-second hold in the box, which could be a punisher. This is Neagle riding along with him, currently back to the lead. He is one of your biggest leaders. He has led 18 laps, the most today.
And we're starting to see things not really go to the, we've seen more drivers go to the inside, but we start to see that outside line start to kind of pull away like we saw 15 laps ago or so. As we went back green, I would think around lap 47, or really lap 48, we went back green. So we're about past halfway on the fuel tank by just a little bit. So, next 5 to 10 laps, you would think you'd see drivers, more of them kind of trickle down towards that inside line to get ready for their pit stops.
Well, these drivers have gone 25 laps since they last pitted in our last caution. This is one of our longest green flag runs of the day. Both of our cautions have really come fairly spaced out, and here it looked like a little bit of a fake out there from the 76 of Scott Warren. I thought maybe he was going to make the left-hand turn down to pit road, but this is that time probably where a lot of these drivers are communicating and talking about who do I want to be around and when are we going.
You're probably going to be trying to try to form up with your teammates. Like I mentioned, if you're all in a pack, within 2 to 3 seconds of each other, you should be able to form up together on pit exit. But go back to your question about how hard is it to get the pit entry. It's pretty difficult on older tires. Very easy to lock up the brakes in this car. As we saw a big move to the middle right there for sure. Craighead in the middle of all that. They're still not done, but very hard to get your pit entry down. You need the brake straight, or else it's going to be very easy to lock the tires up and you might go too deep. And you do not, you wouldn't have it at a track like this, but do not have too much rear braking into it, because you're probably going to end up spinning on pit entry for sure. We might still see that anyways. And then when you're in pit road, you're not done, because if you're not to the inside, if you have an early stall, you have to cut across people. That's how you turn yourself, like we saw Aaron Brown get turned. So you got to be aware of everything going on around you as we lap Chris Schubert, another driver with damage.
It is a lot of information to process in a very, very short amount of time. Big move for the leaders. Christian Peterson looked low to Cody Nagels, and Nagels nearly turned himself off the nose of the 23. Christian Peterson, he is a name stay with the Misfit Touring Series that just ran last night. He is the Season 2 champion, so he's well versed in short track racing, but this is probably the most opposite thing of short track racing, Cody. Excuse me, Connor.
It's definitely about as far away as you can get for sure, besides maybe a road course. Even there, you have short track type of corners at a road course like Sonoma. You got the hairpin. That's a bump and run opportunity. You don't have bump and runs. You just bump here. Have none of that. The only real similarity here is when you can get that ding in the nose that we're talking about from slab drafting. But, definitely Peterson, different from what he's usually doing, but definitely well versed at the super speedways from what I've seen.
Well, Cody Nagels is who I was thinking of when I was calling your name, and that's because he is your leader that has led the most laps today. He has been one to stay out front, but I think he's been the most aggressive when it has come to keeping the lead, and that could be great later, but it's put a lot of drivers in treacherous spots this early in the race.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some of those drivers who have been running at the front whole race, especially in the first 50 laps, blocks going wrong, blocks that weren't really necessary. He was kind of at the forefront of that. I don't know if that was a block, but Josh Ball just wanted to get to the middle of the racetrack. That'll give Peterson, Jack Mace, Scott Warren that chance to maybe surge that inside line again. But we haven't seen the blocking quite as aggressive this run. We'll see if that picks up at some point again. But one thing we've seen that inside line become really less of an inside line and more drivers just sitting in that 2x2. We've got kind of half the field kind of in the pack and a little less than half the field side by side now.
So a lot of people ganging up side by side once more. And I think we're just seeing a reversal. Every time I think we're going to get single filed out, some driver chooses to say, this is maybe a good opportunity for me to go lead. And you saw it. That was a great shot through the corners of so many sparks flying from up under these race cars. Shows you how low that these next-gen NASCAR Cup Series cars are sitting. Big bump coming from Mark Persson. These drivers, Mark Persson wants to lead once again, but Nagels is going to have none of it.
They got to the inside. Persson goes back up. Neagle's starting to block a little bit more at the tail end of this run. We'll see if Persson wants to make a move to the inside. Looked like he thought about it, but thought better against it. So remember, he won duel number 2. He made a big move on Kyler Wynn. A little bit of an upset to get that victor. We thought Kyler Wynn had a great chance of getting it. Persson ends up kind of stealing it as Azranoff, I don't know, he came over the radio. I think he had a little contact with someone at the back as Mark Persson kind of forced Cody Neagles to the bottom of the racetrack, shoved him on the right rear of the bumper for sure.
Treacherous spots for these leaders to be in. They are still battling it out. Again, still the calmest that the drivers have been all day when it comes to action.
Whoa.
But Cody Neagles wants to lead every single lap he can. He will block the inside, he will block the outside, and we've seen him block when it has been 3 rows abreast, and he is doing a fantastic job of this. This, like we said, could definitely come in handy late in the race. If he is able to stay up front or be a factor in the end of the race, see Cody Neagles as one of the toughest guys to get around.
He's going to be tough to beat for sure with the blocks that he's, kind of pulling out left and right. And they're here. There's plenty of drivers that can do it that are saving for the final 20 laps. But like you said, Cody Neagles, he wants to lead as many laps as possible right now, and you can see it.
And Connor, is that maybe showing his hand too early? Now all these drivers know that Neagles is someone to watch out for when it comes to late race blocking. Is that maybe now drivers can think about how they might handle that? Is that maybe Neagles showing his hand too early and giving other drivers time to strategize?
Possibly could be. I mean, we've seen already early in this race when Jack Mace shoved Aaron Brown out wide to the 3rd lane and sent him to the back, and we really haven't seen Aaron Brown that close to the front since. So that definitely could be a possibility of maybe showing what he's going to do a little bit too much. I mean, there's guys in this field, if they get up there, they're going to be blocking like that late in the race. But also, the practice can't hurt Cody Neagles in that 6 car for sure to know how to block and know how to control the lanes. This is kind of the practice right now for him, I'm sure. Just trying to figure out what he can do, what he can't get away with, stuff like that. And if you want to do that, you got to do it in the first half of the race so you know what you're doing. So it's kind of a double-edged sword.
This early portion of the run of the race is a great time to experiment, to try things new. And look at that, Josh Ball, Christian Peterson maybe let off the gas there to let him back in, but Josh Ball nearly turned himself off the nose of Christian Peterson. Peterson, I don't think if that happens later, he'll let up.
I think if he doesn't let up, it's a 20-car pileup, though, so he's going to have to think about that later in the race as well. But it let that middle lane get a little bit more of a surge. You have about, I would say, closer to 3/4 of the drivers in this pack on the inside lane. You still have about maybe 12, a dozen or so in that middle lane waiting to come down to the inside.
Josh Caudle in that 13, you see right side of your screen. He is one of those drivers in that outside line, and he is your biggest mover. 37 spots gained, started dead last. Caudle staying quiet, but is he someone that we may be underestimating, and maybe these other drivers are underestimating?
Definitely could end up being the case. He's got a lot of speed at any track he comes to himself, and kind of barely squeaked into this race, obviously from starting dead last. Don't know how many friends he has is the thing. He has a lot of teammates in a lot of other series. I'm not sure who he's got to work with today, but we'll have to see if he can find some drivers that he can work with maybe later in this race at some point. All we can do is really look through the channel, see if he's in there, see if he's working with anyone in specific. And it looks like maybe not, maybe possibly. But either way, if he doesn't have friends, he'll find some later in the race. He'll make his own friends with how fast he's been. He's been in the top 15 a lot of this race since he's gotten up here.
Well, if you don't do anything crazy, when it comes late in the race and somebody says, who have I got around me to work with, they are not going to say, oh, that guy did that earlier, I don't want to work with him. You stay quiet, you keep your friends, and you're going to have a lot more opportunity when it comes to late in this race. And Eagles, he might be someone who is not making many friends at this point.
Yeah, there's definitely been some drivers who haven't made friends, I'm for sure. I don't know, Cody Eagles probably made some friends, probably made some enemies. Aaron Brown was not very popular in his duel. Jack Mace is probably someone most drivers going to look for to work with, and obviously Dylan Jones, Eberhart, Malik Gray, just the names themselves. If you know a name from iRacing, if you don't know the person normally, but you know the name, you're probably going to end up working with them at some point just based on that. So sometimes being quiet can be a good thing. You'll be like, hey, he hasn't caused issues, I'll go with him. But also sometimes, you know, you might end up, you know, not going with that person because you're like, oh, they've been at the back. I don't know if they know what they're doing. So we're going to end up, you know, not going with that guy, something like that.
It's very true. We mentioned it, talking about the experimentation and experience you can get when it comes to running in the pack, but there are about 20-odd cars that are just running all on their own, running solo. Here we go. First drivers coming into pit, and it is Malik Ray, Wyatt Gray, and some of the others. Malik Ray, he is hard on the brakes, locked him up on the entry, and nearly went sideways. Almost made contact with the 82 of Kyler Wynn. Wynn also locked him up.
And I don't see a speeding penalty. I do see speeding penalty. Stephen Miles has sped. Jackson Bice in the 33 has sped. Malik Ray, I don't believe, has. But you have two drivers speeding penalties right there. Saw Nathan Harper miss his stall. Michael Sturgill has also pit. Kyler Wynn, Jack Mace, and Wyatt Gray also came down. But two drivers going to be down a few laps, the 24 and 33, because of that. We'll see who else pits this time.
Jack Mace gets off first, then Kyler Wynn, then Malik Ray. But watch that replay. You saw it. And then Malik Ray goes to the inside here, maybe to cool down his tires. There's some shade down there in the box areas because he just took fuel, but went down at pit stall number 1 for the man who started on row 1. But he will get out single file with his other teammates, and they'll try to catch up to all of each other. But they are currently exiting pit road on the back straightaway. There they are, and they'll try to cycle in front of this lead pack. But again, everyone will cycle, and they'll be back. But the question is, who can get on and off pit road the best?
And this is the only opportunity you're going to have to take 4 tires. You're taking a full fuel tank. Those drivers are able to go 37 laps on fuel, so we'll kind of keep a note on how long drivers can go on fuel. But it's really the only opportunity you're going to have to take 4 tires is under green, which kind of sounds backwards, but, you know, usually if you're pitting under yellow, you don't usually have a lot of fuel still, so you don't need to fill the tank and all that. So you're going to see all drivers take 4 tires almost certainly on these pit stops under green.
Well, you're exactly right. You're already going to be there for the fuel time, so might as well take some tires as well. It's going to be no love lost in the pit stall. Time is of the essence. Here comes Sturgill, one of those drivers that came into pit but had a problem getting onto pit road in the proper speed, was marked for a speeding penalty. And this is him going a lap down on his own, has yet to serve his penalty, so he'll have to come back down pit road once more.
And these drivers can clearly go about 40-plus laps on a full tank of fuel if they stretch the fuel that far. So very clearly a strategy play by those drivers who already came down to try to make time up while being in a smaller pack of 4. We talked about kind of 4 cars, 5 cars in one single line as big move by Aaron Brown. 4 or 5 cars in a line could be an advantage. Looking at that line, Jack Mace is leading. He ran a 46.4, and that was pretty much on par with that lead line, if not a little slower. Not bad pace, but I'm sure they expected maybe a little bit better.
Scott Warren barely got into line in front of Jake Sylvia, nearly caused an incident out of turn 2, but Warren safely in that bottom lane, and he's in the bottom lane for a reason. A lot more cars coming this time, about 15.
Whoa, Mark Person.
A little bit of smoke. Here goes Mark Person. He is spun broadside on the front stretch, and everyone is going to avoid him, but more contact. Here goes Jake Sylvia. He is around off the nose of the 97 of Shrine.
It's what we talked about, just too many people pitting at one point. That was about 13 cars. It's just too many. You're going to have so much contact when that happens.
There goes Person. Everyone trying to avoid. Here's the contact between the 97. Got a little bump from the 48 behind into the 97, and that was just enough to turn the 118 of Sylvia. Luckily, this is such a big pack that Sylvia should be fine. He should be able to service and stay along with everybody. Here comes the rest of the leaders this time. Not too many drivers, about 9 or 10. And wow, it's going to be hot in for more of them, but everyone going to stay straight this time. Sylvia, he's going to be a little bit farther back after that incident, but I think he's close enough to some of them to maybe catch up. Yeah, go through our penalties.
And we had Mark Person, who sped last time. You got Chris Schubert, who was a lap down. He sped maybe exiting possibly. Scott Warren, 76, got a penalty. And Josh Cottle, who we were just talking about, also got a penalty. So the packs are going to be much more spread out because of all these penalties.
It definitely will. And it looked like there's still some drivers out there. So there are a few drivers that have yet to pit. And that is about 14 cars have yet to bring it to the pit lane. Here comes some of them this time. It's Daniel Earhart. He's in. Here comes the 14 of Guerrero.
No,
look at all the ground he gained. Will it hold, though, or will he be given a penalty?
He looked
that
like
was
he made
a
it.
lot. It looked like he made it.
Wow.
That is how you make up time on pit road.
I'm not sure how he got away with that. That was kind of like Malik Ray's. He went about 75 into his
my
pit
goodness.
entrance, and he somehow
Here
made
he goes. Looks like an absolute cannonball, and yet he made it through. No destruction and no spinning, no penalties for the 14. Made it work for Guerrero, and he's going to get out this time all good and clean.
And meanwhile, lead pack is still going to be led probably by Cody Neagles. It's going to be a much smaller pack, but it looks like he is probably going to maintain the lead. You do have Aaron Brown and Keegan Sabilo who are able to kind of get in front of this, as they're going to get to the outside and end up blocking it a little bit. And there goes Neagles to the middle of the racetrack.
Well, with Dylan Jones and Guerrero, Valkingham, and Earhart all coming in, all coming in that time. That is everyone through the green flag cycle. We made it. Couple penalties given out, a couple of spins, but no big incidents. This is going to get tight. 4 wide with Valkingham and Guerrero. And there we go, 4 wide once again with the 11. And everyone made it through.
Somehow, and that somehow ends our pit stops for sure right there. And somehow Josh Ball, Cody Eagles, they're able to stay up at the front. Had a lot of drivers lose that lead pack. Jacob Dadai, Dustin Shepard, Aiden Shrine, number of drivers. Michael Sturgill lost the lead pack as well. But those guys who pit early, Jack Mace, Malik Gray, it works for them. It keeps them in the lead pack. And more in the hunt because there's less cars in this pack now.
It does, but do we see them fall back once again purposefully and try to stay out of this? How does this pit stop recycle it? We're going to go to a quick commercial, step away once more, but again, you are not going to miss any action. We are still running good and clean. 91 laps completed so far in the first MRL 500. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
JS Racing. We're in the game.
impact here out of turn 4.
Tries to slam the door, but they sends him right back up the racetrack.
Big moment for Boney between him and Dexter. It's Ryan Kuhn yet again out of turn number 4. He's going to win for a second time in the Misfit Touring Series. And it's all about Christian Peterson out front. 9 top 5s, 9 top 10s, 4 times he's finished runner-up. But tonight, it's the first time win here in the Touring Series.
Christian Peterson, after 17 races, finally gets it done.
And right as we wrap up, Aaron Brown, 118 in the wall, or excuse me, 018. He has had problems, and we will have our official second caution on the day on lap 96 coming to 97. And as Aaron Brown, seemingly a single car incident, but I can't imagine it was a single car spin, especially in the trial. My name is Scott Shive. I'm joined alongside by Connor Horn, as well as Bradley Cooper and production, and our cameras provided by Dougie Beard. I want to thank our excellent team, and yes, Bradley Cooper saying it. Every time we take a commercial, it seemingly finds that they wreck, and we've only had 2 of them, and we've only had 2 commercials. Connor, at some point, we're gonna have to see one of these live.
You think at some point, I think, you know, we've saw like 3 mini incidents. I believe this is really our third caution, and 2 of them have been in commercial break. Yeah, definitely, this almost looked like racing with a lucky dog gone wrong, and Aaron Brown, I think, was just an innocent bystander. I think it started with Jackson Bice making a block maybe on the 76 of Scott Warren. Both drivers, I believe, a lap down, fighting for the lucky dog. 33 tries to get to the middle, then he blocks the 76, tries to come back down, and just, you know, you want to get the lucky dog, want to be back on lead lap, but I would think too aggressive and to take out some lead lap cars. Aaron Brown and Josh Ball, the main ones who got pretty big damage out of it.
Yeah, Josh Ball, he was one of the drivers we've mentioned has been at the front so often in this race, and this might have been the deepest he's been in the field, riding along with the 01 of Josh Ball. Sees the incident, tries to get up, and as it looked like the 18 of Aaron Brown was going down, switches directions and comes right back up to the racetrack. There was nowhere that the 01 of Ball could have gone, but I agree with you there, Connor. I think it's too aggressive from Jackson Bice. You throw one block, it didn't work, and the other driver, Warren, drives below you. Try to throw a second. I just don't think you can throw that second, especially not at halfway.
You really get one chance to do it cleanly at the super speedways. You saw that with Kyle Busch, what, 16 years ago, when he when he turned himself across Tony Stewart's nose. And you know, I understand it was halfway in the race. You know, the issue with it was, though, is that that wasn't even for the lucky dog spot. I believe Trevor Osranoff, he's got his second lucky dog of the day out of that, so he was ahead of those 2. And Bice was, I believe, the driver who was second in line for that lucky dog. He was trying to block the 76. And, you know, like you said, you kind of get one chance to do it. And, you know, that second chance, you might get lucky and get that second block done, but most of the time you're going to put yourself in the wall or others in the wall. In this case, Jackson Bice got away with it, and some innocent lead lap cars got taken out.
What a story it would be for Trevor Osranoff if he was able to get back to the front and maybe find a way to win this race. That would be one of the most improbable ways that a 500 has ever been won. But for the sim and for this field and the MRL 500, you cannot count it out.
Yeah, and we'll see what ends up happening. We'll see if the blocking gets worse. I mean, you're still going to have a lot of drivers possibly one lap down. We'll see who ends up taking the wave around. It looks like Bice, Miles, there might be all these drivers taking the wave. Owens, Harper, Shepard, Mark Person, Caudle. Really, everyone's going to be able to take the wave around. Unfortunately, Scott Warren, he got spun. He got kind of pushed back in that instance, so he won't be able to take the wave around. Tyler Chronister, Manatsi Major, 2 other drivers who won't be able to take the wave, and Chris Schubert, who's been pretty damaged. He's gone 4 laps down. So we're still going to have a few drivers having a fight with a lucky dog. Going to have probably the most wave rounds we'll have maybe for the rest of the race.
So a lot of drivers being able to wave themselves around as everyone came into the pit lane that time by. A lot of drivers taking this caution to take more fuel, increase their run to the end. This is going to leave us with at least 2 pit stops left. We saw all the drivers in our only green flag cycle and green flag set of green flag pit stops. Drivers will make it 41 to 42 laps on fuel. So if my calculations are correct, that leaves us with at least 2 pit stops, Connor. Do you take that 40-40 and then let the last run be 20 laps, or do we maybe do that 33-33 and have all the 3 runs be even?
I think you stretch the fuel out 2 times so you can have a shorter pit stop on the final one. That's if you get there, but no doubt for your final pit stop of the day, you want it to be the shortest pit stop of the day so you can get the track position, be at the front when it matters most. So you're almost certainly going to take that fuel as far as it can go the first run, then as far as it can go the second run, and then take the least amount of fuel possible. The only other thing you can do, I think you're stretching the fuel out as far as it can go the first run from here either way. The one thing you could do is if you know you're going to only get 40 laps of fuel or maybe 38 laps of fuel at most when you're pushing 110%, you might pit lap 62 and then just take as much fuel as possible and really fill the tank back up at that point so you can have a shorter pit stop as well. Those are the 2 strategies you might see. That's if we get there. You might see some drivers pit around 60 and then some drivers pit around 80. I would think that's the strategy.
Well, we're going to go radio silent for this next restart, and we're going to give you a little bit of a V-speed, crank it up. Don't miss a moment. We're going to take a step back and let you listen. Let roar and rumble.
Big crash. Kyler wins in it. Oh, it was a huge crash.
Huge. Oh my goodness. It is an absolute parking lot. Free parking. Some would say maybe you can't park here at the World Center of Racing. And it looks like everyone spun. A lot of tire smoke, but a lot of people able to get back going and driving straight. But a lot of drivers, at least at some point, were not facing forwards.
Keegan Sabilo's got a meatball flag out of that, as does the 3 of Sam Taylor. Kyler Wynn has got one of the favorites, got a lot of damage. I don't see the meatball, but he's driven it to pit road. And that just looked like a very weird stack-up incident where Neagles tried the block, and then Wynn was there, and then Mace got into the back of him, and it just stacked everything up. We'll have to take maybe another look at that.
Well, Neagles, he's been an aggressive blocker all race long. Might have been that moment where it got to him. Yeah, it was a bit of a low move for Kyler Wynn, trying to get low, and right as he clipped the left rear of the 6 of Nealer, he got on the apron, and so yeah, just a tough moment there for them to start with that, and then yeah, just oh golly.
That's the thing with blocking. I mean, you put yourself at risk of a stack up possibly happening and putting yourself in a bad spot. I mean, he didn't fully clear himself, but he got in front of Kyler Wynn enough. But the problem was Kyler Wynn was getting a shove from Jack Mace, who was getting a shove from Malik Ray, and it eventually all stacks up to the guy making that block. And then you had the 82 and the 07. The 07 wasn't on center with Wynn, which is kind of what caused Wynn to hit the left rear of Eagles, which also went back to him not fully completing that block. And we were talking about that's a risk you take blocking at this point.
Some drivers did a great job of avoiding this incident. 76 of Scott Warren, one of them was at the early end of the pack, was fairly easily able to scoot on through, but then caught the apron and got sideways all on his own. But that's what happens when you catch the apron, but no contact with anyone else or the wall, so he'll be able to continue just fine. But yeah, I don't know, maybe a little bit early for Kyler Wynn to make that move. Maybe a still too early block for Eagles. Let's watch it again, riding along with the 007, 77 on the card. Oh yeah, that's a great view from Jack Mace there. Might have been the little touch that dominoed forwards and got both of those cars, the 82 and the 6, upset.
And, you know, Mace, was trying to follow Kyler Wynn the best he could, but he couldn't quite follow him enough. And then when that checkup happened, to put Jack Mace on the right rear of Kyler Wynn into the rear bumper, which put Wynn up the track and brought Eagles up the racetrack, down the racetrack. And it really started from there. There's a car stopped. That's Chris Schubert. I believe he's getting a EOL for lane change violation, as the 89 of Asronoth also got a lane change violation for riding the apron. So a few penalties here and there.
Yeah, you don't want to have that, but maybe that penalty helped them not be collected in this incident. So it might have been a little bit of a safe stride for them to get out of that. The 07 of Jack Mace was able to get out of it. And yeah, just a tough one. A lot of cars collected. Our biggest incident today. I also wanted to correct myself earlier. I hope I haven't been correcting myself too long all day, but I said in our opening statement, I said PRG. It is PGR Esports, as a lot of you know, and so I apologize, race fans. They have quite a prestige, and they've helped Misfit out a lot for this event, so we want to thank them with their correct and proper name in PGR Esports. They're running their 500 next week, 1 week from now. February 8th for them. It'll be broadcasted on Precision Speed Solutions. So you can go watch over there, watch with them. But we want to thank them for all of our help. We're going to get Neagles in here and talk about that incident. Cody Neagles, you got a copy?
Yeah.
Well, man, you've been an aggressive blocker all race long, and you're one that could definitely still challenge for the win. I know you got some damage to fix. What was your thought on that incident there with the 82?
Yeah, I didn't want to cause them to get wrecked. I went down, I was there, and it looked like they just kept pushing. I was going back up the track to give them the spot. I was just trying to kill the run a little bit, but their team is lined up 3 or 4 cars deep, and nobody lifted off of each other. So I'm glad I was able to save it, but I mean, I got down there, and they wouldn't lift at all, and that's on them. So I really don't care. I'm going to still be aggressive, and if I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. But I'm not going to stop being aggressive because of it.
Well, there you go. You heard it here first from Cody Neagles. He is not going to let up. That aggression is what has put him with the most laps led all day long. 38 of them for you, Cody. How bad's the damage?
No, I only got 17 seconds from it. We're good to go. I'll be back.
There we go. Cody's good to go, and he says he will be back. Good luck, Cody, the rest of the way.
Yep, thank you.
Cody Neagles, he only had 17 seconds of damage. It's all fixed. And he assures us he'll be back up front. Connor, a driver that is already aggressive, now seems to have a bit of fire up under his seat.
Yeah, he definitely, the blocking is what it is. And, I mean, he's not wrong. They had 3 cars in a tandem, and he was trying to give them the run, give them the lane. I personally think he was a little late in doing that and partially played a little bit of a part in that incident, as they're still trying to sort out the rows back there. But no doubt he'll be back with the speed, and his car seems to be clean, so he'll be back to blocking if he gets to the front.
So that 6 will start from the 21st spot, completely undamaged now. How long will it take him? But it's Jack Mace Lewis Ettinger and Malik Ray now up front. First time we've seen some of them, but Jack Mace will look to hold the lead. Mace pushed by Ray, pushed as well by Melachar. 84, Purple Machine moves outside now with Vincent Guerrero. Michael Sturgill there as well on the bottom in the 55. He'll scoot up. It's red, orange, yellow, blue, bottom row. I said I like the colors. I'll be talking about them all day long, but look at that. Purple car for Melachar on the top. 84, he wants the lead, but Mace takes it back. Now look at this. There's an outside lane coming. That's Daniel Earhart.
And you got that RSR Real Sim Racing hookup on the third lane right now with Eberhardt and Dylan C. Jones. They've worked together many a times in that series, and they brought it to the MRL 500. And it seems like maybe at this point, this run, some drivers are trying to get some track position, trying to get to the front right now. You're going to have new players at the front. Vicente Guerrero is one of them. Justin Melachar, we really haven't seen him at the front a whole lot so far today, and the 73 of Lewis Ettinger. Also really haven't seen him run in the top 5, top 10, but it looks like things are going to get crazy from this point on.
Eberhardt takes the lead now, being pushed by Dylan Jones. Look at this, Aaron Brown, who was a part of one of our most recent cautions. He is back and he is up front. The question is, did he fix that damage? Is he able and suited to lead this pack after being involved in the incident early on?
I don't know. We saw, like we mentioned in his duel, he wasn't the most popular driver, but that car looks clean for the time being. He's already been forced out of line once by Jack Mace, and they both find themselves in the top 5 yet again.
Aaron Brown to the lead on the outside. Mark Person pushing him in the 77. Person, we saw him spin on entry to pit road, have a penalty, and yet he is back on the lead lap, and he is fighting for the lead once again. Justin Levine, he's in this fight in that yellow 19 second row outside, pushing Brown.
Yeah, Levine, he's
Here
found
comes
his
the
way
lap
to
car
the
on the
front.
bottom.
He's found his way to the front. Scott Warren, who I believe had a penalty for pit road under caution, he's gone multiple laps down. He'll go another lap down here, so now he'll end up being, actually no, he'll be 1 lap down. He was lead lap, but a lot of damage on that 76 after being involved in an incident with Jackson Bice. It has not gone well ever since.
Here goes Levine to the lead for the 19. Big push coming from the 77 to Person. Now Person looks low. Mark Person back to the lead once again in the 77. And look who it is giving him the push. It's Cody Niegels from 21st to 2nd in just 3 laps. He said he was going to be back to the front, and here he is.
I'm not sure what happened in middle 1 and 2, but Malik Ray told someone if he does that again, he's going to wreck every single one of them. So it might have been Aaron Brown, might have been Eberhardt. Not quite sure he was talking about, but if a wreck happens, we'll maybe know it's around that one car for whatever possibly went down. But Cody
that might have been it.
Somehow to the front.
Well, you said he wasn't as popular, Aaron Brown, in his duel yesterday, and this may be some of that reason, just making late moves and causing others to have to question themselves or maybe check up. Malik Ray said he only cares about being up front towards the end. Well, he is up front now, pushing now with Niegels. He looks low. Now he's going to line up with Jake Sylvia. Sylvia, Malik Ray, hooked together, looking to push themselves to the front.
And Ray said he was going to try to be at the front as much as he could, but we saw him lay back really early in the race. This might be the first lap he's led all race, as Jake Sylvia, trying to lead that lap himself, won't be able to do it. But Malik Ray found his way to the front finally.
I could see Niegels and Ray being two that would work really well together. Both truly understand what they're doing, and both can be very aggressive. I think that could be a dangerous duo come lap 197.
Well, not if Malik Ray doesn't want to be any part of that. I think he saw Cody Niegels got to the top side, and I think that was by design. Malik wanted to go up there and pick up Jack Mace and get back with someone he's been working with, so Ray got his lap led. He'll say, okay, that was fun. Let me get to the back with my teammate, do my thing for a little while.
Back with Jack Mace in the 07, now back in the 5th row. Ray leading that outside lane, but it's just 2 cars stuck together, him and Mace. It's a single car pack up front. Lewis Ettinger in the 73, currently in 3rd. That is Daniel Eberhardt in the 90 on the outside of him. It's 2 cars up front, Levine and Niegels, and now it's looking to be 3 wide once more for the lead. Here comes a push from Ebert.
Eberhardt up to Levine. And that 73 car, Louis Ettinger, who we just mentioned, he really hasn't been to the front a lot, but he's up front now. Push from Aaron Brown. You got Person back there, 77, still in this fight himself. And you're going to have maybe 1 or 2 lap guys at the back trying to fight for Lucky Dogs as well. And not too many drivers at the back, single file right now.
Well, the most recent pit stop, we ask every time, every restart, has the pack re-energized? And after that massive incident, I think the pack has truly been re-energized, injected with a shot of adrenaline, because there are a lot of big moves being made. And every time we've seen this, it's lasted for quite a couple laps, but at some point, things just get too dangerous. The moves get too big. Mark Person gonna get drawn out on the inside. He's not gonna too far back. He'll be picked up by the 6 of Neagles, who is back down in 8th place.
You know, last lap or so, we see more drivers get to that inside line and just kind of start to lay back. Now you only have about 7 cars in that line in the middle part of the racetrack. Jack Mace, Malik Ray, they dropped it down to be inside. Christian Peterson, I think, trying to find a way maybe to be inside, but just kind of hanging up there, nowhere to go. Travis Owens up there as well. Single file all the way back to Tyler Chronister, who still has a lot of damage and is still a few laps down, 1 lap down.
1 lap down for the 99 of Chronister. Single file, first 6 cars for the front row. Look who's back as well after being involved in our most recent incident. The 01 of Josh Ball. He is currently 4th. Looks like he could have had a lot of damage, but you said it yourself, Connor. There is a lot of time to fix that cosmetic damage, and doesn't take as long as you think it would.
Doesn't take as long as you think it would, and if it's not suspension damage or engine damage, you can still be pretty fast at these tracks as long as you have the pushing behind you. Leading a line, though, I think it's best if he's sitting in the line. Leading a line might be a little tougher for him. Not going to be great as he got really sideways on corner entry, really in a sandwich. He's pushing someone, someone's pushing him. When you have damage like that, that's the best place he could be. Leading a line right now, I'm not sure if he's able to do that. You could see this middle lane not really forming, car spinning to the inside, hard into the inside wall, maybe a slight tap to the inside wall. He seems like he saved it for the most part. It was Nathaniel Pollard who gets some damage from the wall, but it looked like it was going to be a lot worse.
Pollard will bring out the caution in the number 16. Another caution for incident. It was a solo incident for the 16 of Pollard. Let's see what happened to him. Riding along, he's all on his own. Watching from turn 2, out of turn 2, that's Travis Owens. And near contact with them, bit of a side draft for the 02. And that is just gonna push the 16 into a tough position and got him loose, and he spun out down towards the front inside wall and gonna tap inside contact with that.
We talked about it earlier. Travis Owens had issues holding the line in his duel yesterday, and there seemed to be the case again. Just came down on the 16. I'm not even sure if he was trying to side draft. He just couldn't hold the line and ends up spinning the 16 out. I thought it was going to be a harder hit to the inside wall.
I did too.
And it still ended up being a pretty decent hit, but should be repairable for the 16. He'll still be in this race. It should give the lucky dog, I believe, to Scott Warren, who, after having that penalty under caution, so he'll be able to benefit from that. But thought it'd be a pretty big hit. Still pretty good thud to the right front quarter, front panel, but he should be fine.
If I'm Nathaniel Pollard there, I am livid. More than a regular incident, because it was just an unnecessary side draft from the 02 of Owens. Really, I mean, he had a car length between them and just closed all the way in on the 16, and just unnecessary contact. Maybe the draft from in front of him, the air just got on his nose wrong and made him wiggle a little bit, and he was already close to him and got into him. But that is just not a situation where you need to be side drafting that close, and it's going to be to the detriment of Pollard. He's going to have some damage to fix, but hopefully for him, he can come in, get it done in one go, and get back out there and try to regain positions that have been lost. Eberhardt in the 90. He was up towards the front in the top 5 as everyone comes into the pit lane, and sounds like, Connor, someone might have had a moment.
Justin Levine got, I think, hit in past his stall, so he had to go on through, so he's going to have to come back down again. It wasn't as chaotic as earlier, but he's gonna have to
Don't
come
back
back
up
down.
too many spots like Maglio.
No, he chose not to, which is a smart decision, but he'll have to come back down, and he's going to lose track position and have to repair some damage from it.
So pit stops finishing up for now. Everyone in to take fuel. Looks like some people maybe made the decision to make 2 tires, maybe not. We're going to bring in Trevor Aswarnoth, and we're going to get a chance to speak with him because he's had maybe the wildest race so far. Trevor, you got a copy?
Man, yes I do. How's it going?
Well, first of all, I got to apologize to you because either if you're watching and listening right now or you're going to watch later, my bad for mispronouncing your name for a couple of tries. First off. Second off, you've had quite a wild race so far. You led early, were very good at defending your line, but then get involved in a couple incidents. You go down a lap, get the lap back. Don't catch up to the pack, go down a lap again, get it back. Now you have a chance to start moving through the field as you've caught up with them. Just talk to me about what it's like to combat all of those issues, really.
First and foremost, I gotta say, we appreciate you guys putting on the show tonight. We got a lot of people watching, so I definitely, I had to come out here and, I'm getting bum drafted. I had to come out here and, get a little, put a little show on, sound had to go out. So I had to go back down pit road and fix the sound, come back out, miss it on pit. I went down, I don't know, man. There's a lot going on right now. I don't know if y'all see it, but there's a lot going on right now in the race. A lot of back and forth. But, yeah, there's a lot of trials and tribulations trying to get through the field again. And, yeah, man, it's been fun. I'm not going to lie. We've had Discord sing-alongs. We've had race going under the line, EOLs. I've gotten EOL twice for that, for riding the apron. I guess that's the thing. And, yeah, the next one is a 1-lap hold, so don't see me on the apron anymore, or don't point it out. But yeah, man, we're ready. I'm excited. I'm just taking my time. I'm waiting for maybe 40, 20 to go, or for these guys to kill each other because they've been swinging up front, and I'm getting kind of jealous. So I think I'm gonna put it 3 wide on lap 1, and we're gonna see what happens.
Well, hey, trust me, I'm not going to say anything. If I see you near that yellow line, my eyes are closed, and I know nothing. But you're ready to get back in that aggression. How do you manage this pack? Because you're right, it has been quite wild up front.
Yeah, it's just a lot of give and take, watching where the lines go, what stacks up first, who's hot first, and I just got a message from Cameron Craighead. He said to shout him out, so shout out Cameron Craighead. Guess he's watching the stream.
He's watching the stream and he's racing.
Yeah, he's right in front of me. But yeah, man, Jack Shack's on top. We're trying to get through this here. We're gonna try to make something work. And yeah, man, let's get a little onboard action. Let's see what I can do on lap 1. How about that?
Well, let's do it. We'll go on board with you, Trevor. Good luck. You're having fun, and that's all we can ask for.
Thank y'all, and hopefully I'll see y'all in Victory Lane. That'd be great.
We'll see if the time comes. So Trevor Aswarnoth, we're going to ride along with him. Man, I love that smile. I love some people that are having some fun, and it sounds like a lot of these drivers, Connor, are just having a good old time.
Yeah, a lot of them are having fun, a lot of them biding their time. He's obviously not going to pace on the apron again. I was personally shocked that was a penalty myself, but either way, it is what it is, and he won't do it again. And new players at the front, especially this time, had some drivers, I think, stay out. Lou Ettinger, Justin Mellicar in the front row.
Mellicar, Ettinger, they're up front. We ride along with Tyler Aswarnoth. We'll see if he can march from 24th up near the front. He said he's ready to get in and be a part of the action.
My apologies, no one stayed out. Everyone has come down to pit. Some 2 tires, some just fuel only, and what's kind of jumping up the front of this pack. Dustin Shepard, remember, he was a lap down at one point, I believe. He's into the top 5.
Well, and with this pit cycle, if you could maybe save fuel, you can maybe do this in just 1 more pit stop. Look at Aswarnoth. He is absolutely moving. He was not joking when he said he was going to move fast to the front, and he is doing just that. Him and Cameron Craighead are working together and gave him a shout out, and he said, hey, let's go, let's get moving. Wow, what awesome stuff from Aswarnoth. He looked like he was down and out, but he is back once more.
Whoa, big moment there. Tom Queering almost got stuck 4 wide. He couldn't decide if he wanted the middle or the top side, and he finally got to settle down to the middle of the racetrack. And fuel, yeah, it might end up being close. You might see more drivers maybe hang back trying to save fuel. We saw a decent amount of drivers able to go 40-plus laps. Malik Ray's going to drop back. As there's drivers on the apron, I don't think we're ready for him to drop back, and almost caused some incidents here and there. Jackson Bice drops back with him, but we know these guys can go roughly 40 laps on a tank, maybe a little bit more, without really saving too much fuel. So it didn't see many people top off for fuel, so that, you know, you'd probably have to go about 42 laps per run to make that work. So it could end up being close. We might see drivers not really bother with it, but it's if it goes green from here, a splash and go would really not take long at all. So we might see some drivers try to stretch it.
Well, and it'd be a shock to me if we went here from green. Bit of a checkup up front with Justin Melichar getting the stop, excuse me. And I'd be shocked if we went green this whole way, but I think you have to plan and race like you will, Connor. And that means saving enough fuel to make it to lap 160 and pit from there and not pit yet again. Now, that does bring into question as well if there can be overtimes. We have 3 green, white checkered opportunities. And if you have that, you're going to be very close on fuel if you pitted at lap 160. So we'll have to see if we get any more cautions. But as of now, I imagine you've got to be thinking we're going to run green to the end, and I have got to make sure I don't have to come to the pits more than once.
And you can see there are at least a decent amount of people riding at the back. We'll see if they're trying to save fuel, see if that's what Malik Ray's doing, or he's just trying to stay out of the back, as the majority of the people are doing. But we'll just have to wait and see. Like we said, like that, if you end up just driving the fuel as hard as you can go, if it went green from here, the splash and go would probably end up being only about a gallon or 2 of fuel, and it would only take about 3-4 seconds, which you could just end up saving enough to not have to do that. So if we get to that point, it would be an interesting thing. See how many drivers can make it, how many drivers run out trying to stretch it. We've seen 500s come down to fuel in the real world as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Everything that you could think of, a race has been decided by it, especially a 500. Big moment for Tom Queering. He's almost going to get shuffled out in that bright pink 46, able to stay in line. Take a look at this. Through the tri-oval, it is a dangerous spot to push. Everyone just so close together. Whoa, that was a big moment. And I want to say that was Josh Ball.
Dustin Shepard on the inside.
There we go.
I believe. He just kind of a little bit of a stack up at the inside line, and he got kind of turned sideways once, and then he got turned sideways again. He really had to make 2 saves, one right there, and then he got hit in the right rear there again. And, you know, props to the guy behind him who ended up hitting him, which I believe might have been Hudson Geiger. He was able to check up and let that car get back in line and let Dustin Shepard catch it.
Well, I didn't even think that was Dustin Shepard for a minute, because not but a caution ago, he was a lap down, and we watched him fly by the pack. So Shepard, obviously one of those that was able to take the wave around, and he is now back on the lead lap and fighting in this pack. It definitely shows you that a lot of drivers that have had trouble in this first 100 laps, there have been plenty of opportunities to get back towards the front. I think Aswurnoff was one of the biggest provers of that fact. We just saw him leading for just a moment, and now he is back in 4th place. But Aswurnoff, it is impressive how quickly he moved from outside the top 20 to inside the top 5.
He's back inside the top 5. Mark Person's still been at the front. He's been very good, surprising me, in his dual hand in this race to be in the top 5 for as long as he has. Got Jackson Bice in the background, who he was a lap down, involved in one of those incidents, battling for Lucky Dog. He's back lead lap. He's working with Jack Mace again, and look at this run, 205 miles an hour in the turn number 3.
Insane, the speeds around the world center of racing.
They're flying up the 3rd lane because of that run they had.
Here we go, look at this. Cameron Craighead leading the charge, and here comes Jackson Bice. He was one that not too long ago was involved in one of those big incidents. He's fixed his damage, and he's back in the mix. It proves that no one at this point of the race on the lead lap is out of it. Maybe even 1 lap down. Riding along with Craighead. Here comes the block from the 6 of Neagle.
know he's going to try to control these lanes regardless of what's happened. This Craighead with a big move to the inside. Kind of saw that coming when he got clear. Now Neagle's going to try to pull him back with the side draft, able to do it and kind of neutralize that run. And now they're going to be side by side. Bice is going to push him from the middle. Nope, he got up in front of Jack Mace. Now Neagle's just have to be forced of a third lane.
Huge block there from Bice. We've seen him block once, we've seen him block twice, but Neagles, we've seen him block 2 lanes fairly well. He was not able to handle 3, or at least didn't feel the need to fight it too hard.
And they're banging doors for the lead. Josh Ball, Jackson Bice. They're not trying to give up the track position for sure right now. We're back to really 2 lanes. Only one tandem at the top is Peterson and Aaron Brown. These guys are going at it right now.
This is some excellent stuff. This is what you expect to see when you watch a super speedway race at Daytona, especially one with the prestige of the MRL 500. Even though it's the first year of this race, these drivers understand what it once was with the Podium 500, and I don't think it's lost any of its momentum even in its 1-year break.
It certainly hasn't, but Jack Mace definitely lost momentum himself. Oh, crash! Mark Person's around, and Aaron Brown's in the wall.
Oh.
Nathaniel Pollard, Lewis Ettinger, they're wrecking still in behind a little bit. Wyatt Gray spun in the grass.
Aiden Shrine's going to have damage in that 97. Looks like the 82 of Kyler Wynn has some damage either from that or from earlier. Yeah, Aaron Brown, that is going to be day over for the 18 of Aaron Brown. That is a massive, massive impact.
I don't see a meatball, so maybe he's able to possibly repair it, but at this point, you don't have the whole lap to repair it, the race to repair it, and that just looked like Mark Person thought he was clear to the middle in front of Jack Mace, and he wasn't clear, and Aaron Brown, like you said, huge hit, will not see major, got some right rear damage out of it. Wyatt Gray just spun out in the grass to avoid it.
Jacob Dudai has some damage as well. So a lot of people with damage from this incident. Yeah.
Looks like Nathaniel Pollard will be done for the day with his damage.
Whoa! Ooh, big moment. A lot of cars. Another incident where a lot of cars involved, or at least were spun around right along with Brown. Incident happens in front. Jack Mace was nearly a part of it. Was able to stay straight, but that is a massive impact for the 18 of Aaron Brown.
Somehow the only driver with a meatball out of it is Nathaniel Pollard. I didn't see much damage, but might be done for the day. And Aaron Brown was so close to making it through it, and instead he takes probably the hardest hit to the wall we've seen today.
Yeah, got tagged in the right rear after checking up for Jack Mace. Had to slip onto the apron, and we know when you straddle that apron, it can just get so treacherous. Tires aren't flat on the racetrack, just an immense loss of grip. So Nathaniel Pollard, the only one we truly lost through that incident, but I would say I think some of the drivers have collected the most amount of damage through that. We've seen some other big incidents, but a lot of them had the looks of being bigger, but not too much damage. But I think some will be rocked by that one. A lot of drivers coming into the pit lane this time, nearly a fake out by Jackson Bice, but everyone will follow him in. That is the 97 of Shrine and the 97 to put up. I have never seen that.
I've seen it.
I've never seen that.
I've seen it once, but sometimes you don't see it on your screen, but they'll see it on their screen. I had a teammate in a league race that he couldn't see under caution for a while because of that, but we didn't know what was going on. And in Shrine, don't know if he could see going down pit road.
I have never seen that. That is awesome. That must be, yeah, an added update from iRacing. Shows that iRacing is always continuing to improve and make this experience more realistic for these sim racers. Some love it when they're racing and how it feels, and others hate it when they get involved in incident because the damage feels more and more real depending on how hard you hit. But drivers coming down for regular service, others coming in for damage fixing. Malik Ray will pull out of pit stall number 1, and he was lucky to have backed out of that early.
Yeah, he was pretty much at the back biding his time, just kind of trying to maybe save fuel or just save his car. Either way, he was able to do that. And what this caution is going to end up doing as Jackson Bice gets it above that apron Remember, that's a penalty, and someone's not getting the memo back there. But this should put us definitely in a comfortable scenario where one stop is easily attainable for almost everyone. With 70 laps to go, 40 laps on a fuel tank, the math works for a one stop from here. So that's why we saw everyone come down that time.
Yeah, strategy pretty much out the window when it comes to fuel saving. You can make it all the way now to lap 170, and that's going to give you about 12 extra laps of fuel. And that's if we run green the whole way. So should be okay for all three green, white, checkered. So now it's going to be pretty much a straight up fight. Not many drivers took tires under that pit stop. We've really only seen tires taken at the one green flag pit stop, and that was back at around lap 90, between 80 and 90. So a lot of drivers have not taken tires in 50 laps, but shouldn't be a big factor, Connor.
It was a big break for, I believe, maybe Tyler Cronister, who I couldn't tell. He might have been 2 laps down. He was at least 1 lap down. I think Kyler Wynn would have been in position for the lucky dog, but he might have gotten an instant point going through the grass to avoid the crash. So I believe the 99 got a lucky dog, and we also have Chris Schubert taking a wave around. He's going to get back to 2 laps down. He was 3 laps down, so he has plenty of work to do to get back into this race. He's last of the drivers still running on track, and he's now 37th because we've lost about 5 drivers.
So a lot of drivers still on the lead lap, even through that. Mark Person, one of those, he is in 31st position. One of the drivers at the beginning of involvement for that incident in his number 77. We've seen him leading up towards the front a lot at many times, but does he have enough time to be able to maybe make it back? That's Jacob Dudai. He is running back up. Josh Ball as well in the 01. Looked like Kyler Wynn in the 82. Everyone trying to catch back up to the front of this pack. The lead pack on the back straightaway following the pace car down, because you want to catch up with the pack before we go green, because as we've seen from Asburnoff before, if you don't, it is very easy within a couple laps to be a lap down once more.
Definitely pretty easy, and Kyler Wynn, he still got damage from the previous yellow, with a Cody Eagles that he was involved in. And he's going to still need more yellows to get back into this fight and have to get that lucky dog and still have damage repair to do. I gotta say, I feel bad for Nathaniel Pollard. He's going to be done for the day, our 5th retirement. I wonder what he sees from his point of view damage-wise, because I'm still trying to look at what could have possibly given him the meatball flag. But either way, he's going to be out of this one. We're down to 37 drivers on track and 33 on the lead lap.
Well, there might have been more damage than we thought from that solo incident with him and the 02 of Owens. And just that last incident, whatever he was involved in, was just enough to get that meatball flag and be done for the day. So another retirement after yet another caution, but we are back under green and racing at Daytona. Quite a late block. We've seen them a lot today, and they have sometimes gone right, sometimes gone wrong. But drivers, they are feeling the energy of this pack. There is only 69 laps to go, and drivers are making note of it. It's just down to 2 digits, and the more and more the timer ticks down, the laps tick down, the more aggressive they're going to be, Connor.
Yeah, and aggression has been the name of the game, especially with a lot of these drivers that we have at the front. Craighead, Asburnoff, Justin Levine, not been the most aggressive. Jackson Bice, Cody Neagles on the inside line, they have been pretty aggressive currently. So you got those guys who know how to get it done with aggression at the front right now. There's still a few lurking near the back, saving their stuff for the right time.
There are plenty of drivers that we have not spoken about today that might want to make their name known later in this race. A lot of them could have had the same strategy as Malik Ray. Big moment for Tom Keuring. He is down on the apron, will rejoin the racetrack. He'll do his best, but that car is bouncing. He might have a tire down. He has some sort of issue. Nearly spins it out in the grass. He's able to keep it going in the correct direction, but there is some big problem for Tom Keuring.
Yeah, he got bumped sideways by Nathan Harper, who we haven't talked about a lot today. He was trying to check up for it and just got turned sideways, and then kind of did a half spin on that transition from the flat to the bank of the racetrack. So he's going to end up losing the draft, which is pretty important. He was the lead lap, and those guys 1 lap down. Chronister, Win, Major might have to battle someone else for that lucky dog now.
Yeah, he was bouncing down on the apron. I thought there might have been some mechanical issue, but the apron just a little rougher than some people think. Whoa,
Wow.
big block from Aswarnoff to the 6 of Cody Neagles. A little bit of a checkup for Neagles. Neagles, he said he's going to be aggressive, and there's going to come a point where that 6 is no longer going to lift. And the closer we get to it, the more drivers might be afraid to make those moves.
Well, the 6 car, he's been the biggest blocker today for sure. So you better be able to take it if you can dish it, which he's been dishing it a lot. So he better be able to take the blocks. He knows he's going to get those right back to him if possible, as Jackson Bice is going to drop out of line and get out of the way. And Dustin Shepard was not happy that he didn't call it. But he got 2 very aggressive drivers, 1-2 right now, and even Cameron Craighead, throw him in there, make it 3.
It looks like the Jackson Bice might have gotten shuffled out by the 84 just a little bit rather than truly moving out on his own. But look at this, Trevor Oswarnoff not going to block down to the low side this time. Will link back up with his teammate of Cameron Craighead in the 48. They've worked very well together so far in this race. Whether one is pushing or one's up front or positions are swapped, see them to try to stick together all race long.
They've been doing a great job of it, and they found themselves at the front a little early to be, comfortable at the front, but trying to keep track position's been important. That's why we've seen majority of the same drivers at the front for the longest time, as that inside lane just completely lost momentum. You're going to get about the first 6 cars clear of that inside line.
First 6 cars clear. Jake Sylvia trying to make it 7, but it is Justin Melichar down on the bottom. Jake Sylvia, a lot of steam up top, and a lot of drivers are abandoning that bottom side. All of them want to be in line in this top line. Only one time have we seen the front pack truly stay calm with a single file line up front, and Connor, the last time it happened, it lasted for only 3 laps.
Yeah, and we'll see how calm it really gets. We're not quite to the final 100 miles at this point yet, but you would think at some point you realize you have at least one more pit stop left, and you hope to try to get to it under green so your strategy can kind of shine. I don't think this will last long, but I'm sure a lot of these drivers are hoping it might, just so they can kind of bide their time and kind of strategize and focus more on the strategy than actually trying to go 3x3.
Well, and this is definitely the time where you can think the most. Look at this. Josh Ball trying to lead the outside line. Dylan Jones pulls out in front of it, so he will lead that 3rd lane. Travis Owens, he's up in the middle now. Christian Peterson, he's in there as well in that middle groove up in the top 6. He's trying to fend off some of these drivers, trying to make the top side work. Justin Levine will jump up to the top side, as well as Daniel Falkingham. He is back up in the front pack and in the mix.
He's back in the mix, and more drivers went up to that outside line with a lot of momentum. Daniel Eberhardt is up there as well. Cody Neagles continues to lead this thing. Falkingham, like we mentioned, former winner of the Coke Series. Indianapolis is where he got it done. Knows how to drive these super speedways. Very knowledgeable himself. He's up there with Dylan C. Jones. We didn't really see a lot of Dylan C. Jones in his duel. He kind of ran around the 15th position right in that cut line almost the entire race. He was able to make it, started near the back, and he's been able to do a good job of kind of running the same spot today, but he's found himself in the top 8 at the right time.
Top 8 at the right time. So a lot of these drivers, like you said, feeling out what their strategy might be for these last 62 laps. It feels like the pack is very squirrely, but I mean, when we talk about long races, 62 laps is still a lot of time for things to happen, laps to be completed. So it's not like we have 10 to go. We still got a while.
And like we mentioned, still a pit stop to go at least, but you do want to position yourself near the front for those pit stops. You can make up ground if you pit early from the back of the field if you have a group around you. Almost a crash there. Aswarnoff got caught between the top and the bottom, and he almost caused a crash. That was a great save, and great job everyone checking up. Christian Peterson's going to lose the most spots out of it. Oh my gosh.
Aswernov does not need to have another big moment, but yeah, gets a shot from Peterson, moves him up the racetrack. Peterson tried to open the hole on the bottom side, and at that time, Aswernov was trying to come back down to the bottom, was not clear, and luckily Peterson was able to check out of it, and he will lose a ton of spots because of it, but keeps the pack together. Aswernov did not need a third incident to be involved in or wrapped up in to put him a lap down again.
A little door check. Daniel Falkingham trying to go maybe for the race lead. 9 or 6 car comes up in front of him. Tom Queering, like I believe you might have mentioned, he'll be the next one going a lap down. That would put 32 drivers on the lead lap, and really he's the only driver out of the lead pack. Everyone else is in this line except Aaron Brown and Chris Schubert, who are on their own. Aaron Brown's also lead lap. Schubert's still 2 laps down, but they're well off the pack themselves.
So it's about 10 rows back, 2 wide deep. No single file up front anymore. I think it lasted for about 3/4 of a lap, and then the top side decided to reinvent itself, and now they've all transitioned back to the bottom and middle line. There's Tom Queering, as we mentioned, in the 46, currently running in 32nd position, and he will be another car to go a lap down. It'll be 31 cars lead lap, 3 wide for the lead. Eagles up top. It was Craig Head in the middle and Josh Ball down on the low side. Ball will move through. Craig Head falls back to the bottom line in line with his teammate and Trevor Aswernov. But Josh Ball, we were wondering how much damage he had earlier from the incident in turns 3 and 4. It didn't last too long. Here they come on lap traffic. It's Queering. Oh!
What happened in turn number 3? It was just kind of not full commitment from Cameron Craighead. He tried to come down in front of Josh Ball, and he wasn't quite clear enough, and Ball was able to squeeze his nose back to the inside to make that 3 wide move. It ended up working out, but that was another kind of a miscommunication that almost caused a crash.
Nearly a crash, and it's 3 wide with Jake Sylvia in the middle in the 118. Finally falls in line. He was battling with Dustin Shepard in the 89. And, it looks like someone's going to get shuffled out on the outside. And that was the 13 of Josh Cottle. He's going to fall back.
Yeah, he ends up, getting shuffled out, but he had to back off to avoid a crash. Lewis Ettinger and Travis Owens had contact out of 4 that I don't know how he was able to keep it as calm as he did at turn number 4.
I saw you shout. I heard you shout, and I figured something had happened. And I saw Cottle falling back a little bit, but that was all I saw. It's always good to have 4 eyes on this mess and 6 as a producer. Bradley Cooper, want to give props to him. He is such a key figure here at V-Speed. We could not do anything with what we do without him. Connor, you've done an excellent job today. You've known so much information, and I could not do this without you. My name is Scott Shive, and I'm joined alongside by the excellent broadcast V-Speed team with the MRL 500 today. Presented as well and partnered with PGR Esports. Couldn't do it without all our excellent partners down at the bottom side of the box. You see all them down there. Every single penny is a help to put with Misfit Racing League with this massive event, and all these drivers couldn't be happier to be a part of it. Eagles with the lead. Josh Ball pushing him in second. Daniel Falkingham. This might be the first time we've seen him in the top 3 today. He's really been hanging out. Here comes the top side with Jake Sylvia.
Really only 2 cars pushing strong, make it maybe 3. I believe Ettinger's joined them on that top side. Travis Owens has gotten behind him. 2 drivers who have already had contact a few laps ago. Travis Owens really not made a lot of friends in this race, but he's still been able to keep it in the lead pack with a relatively clean race car.
A little bit of wall scraping for Josh Ball. Shows you how close it can get. A lot of these drivers up near the top side, like Eberhardt, Sylvia, Peterson, they're all working together up there. And Eagles will have to decide if he wants to try to block 3 lanes, but he's already lost the lead to Ball.
Lost the lead the ball, but they're kind of just leading both lanes dead even right now. Two tandems going at it with no help from the third car. As a little wiggle and another wiggle from the 48 to the bumper of the 6 car, as that's how aggressive the bump drafting is getting, and it's going to be worse and worse. I mean, me and Bradley saw it in the duels. It was aggressive from the get-go, but that was a sprint, and this has been a marathon where the bumps haven't been the worst. They still have been great, but they weren't as bad as they were in the duels. It's going to get crazy these last 54 laps.
How important is where you hit another car when it comes to the slam drafting?
You have to hit them pretty square. If you try to slam draft on the left rear, right rear, you're going to end up spinning them. You have to hit them square. It might do damage to your front bumper. We've seen that plenty times before already, but it's absolutely necessary, which is kind of universal for any car you're running at a super speedway. If you're not square on the bumper, you're not going to be able to push them without causing a wreck at some point in the race.
Very important on where you make a hit, especially when it comes to this style of slam drafting that we see with this next-gen composite body. Everything is of importance. Trevor Aswarnoff looking low, but look at this. Here comes the 48. He's going to get shuffled out right in the middle. So his teammate Aswarnoff is back up front on the bottom side, but he's not going to have help from his treasured and prized teammate. It is Nagels and Aswarnoff up in the front line. And look at that. The minute I say the 48's kind of out of it, back in the middle, he joins the top side, and he's the third driver in line.
He is not giving a lot of room. He's kind of dooring Daniel Falkingham out of the corner as Aswarnoff and Nagels had more contact there. And Justin Levine tried to get to the outside of Cameron Craighead, kind of out of turn number 2, and it didn't. He was the only driver who got kind of hung out to the third line. Oh, they're saving
that was a wreck that should have happened.
Sideways.
That was absolutely a wreck that should have happened. Daniel Falkingham was sideways about to tag the 9 of Jacob Dudati. Look at this replay right along with Falkingham. Just gets tagged from the rear. That should have been a massive pileup in turn 1. I cannot believe that.
That was quick wheel work as they'll lap Aaron Brown. Had he not had a car to his inside, maybe he doesn't save it, maybe he does. But either way, it might have helped him a little bit. And every time we've had so many of these stack ups, most of the time, everyone's done a great job keeping it straight, checking up, giving everyone room to save it. That's at least the 6th time we've seen that happen where it should have been a crash and it wasn't.
It's a really talented field that we have here in this first MRL 500. And we hope to continue that trend in future years when this race comes back. Because there we go, Josh Ball. He's going to get sideways with a tag from Aswarnoff. A crash out of turn 2. Tyler Chronister is in it. Josh Ball, one of the leading factors. Aswarnoff, he gave the push to Ball. But it's just an unsettled moment out of turn 2 for those on the bottom side. And how Daniel Falkingham saved it 1 lap prior. Josh Ball was not able to do the same. Cars in the bottom lane, 2nd and 3rd in line. Ball and Aswarnoff. Yeah, Ball just kind of got pinched between Nagels and Aswarnoff, and then drivers behind just try to check up.
And just what we're talking about, having to be square on the rear bumper if you're making a push, and he did get sandwiched, but Aswarnoff got on the left rear, and that's what kind of kicked that all off. And then the 36 was the first car I saw go sideways, kind of in the aftermath of all that. Hudson Geiger, Christian Peterson, Jackson Bice got some damage out of it as well.
36, you said it. Hudson Geiger, Jack Mason, the 07, he got a piece of it, but let's watch from the Goodyear blimp view. Again, 2nd and 3rd cars in line in that bottom lane. 1 of Josh Ball, 89 of Trevor Aswarnoff. Yeah, just right there. And then he catches the apron, tries to get slick. Geiger kind of comes up into whoever that is, and whoa, Jackson Bice with a near miss in the 33 subway machine.
Thought he was involved. Apparently he got through that somehow.
Let's ride along with him. Yeah, Sylvia, he was up in the top 10. It looks like he might have been that car that Hudson Geiger came up upon. Yeah, there we go. Oh, my goodness. That was Christian Peterson that Geiger got into up on that top side. So Peterson and Sylvia, they both got a piece of it. But wow, Jackson Bice, what an effort to be able to miss that. Let's ride along with Geiger.
Geiger's kind of the first one who ends up being a victim of this. They almost save it. He has to come up, and Christian Peterson's there, and they're just trying to avoid the incident. Not much either driver could do.
It's too fast to react, and once you start going up that high line, especially the exit of the corner, the car naturally wants to follow physics arc and travel to the outside, and Christian Peterson was right out there. Well, another caution on the day means another chance for these drivers to come into the pits and take fuel, some to fix damage, and maybe some to take tires. I think Trevor Asrenoff will definitely be one of the electors to take 4 tires after that long slide through the backstretch infield.
And Tom Quirin gets the benefit of this after he had that slide into turn number 3. And he's able to get the lucky dog out of all this. And that still leaves Manatsi Major a lap down, but it looks like he'll take the wave around. Importantly, Kyler Wynn will take the wave around, so he'll be back lead lap with a lot of damage. Aaron Brown, Tyler Chronister will not take the wave because they had their fair damage.
Well, I want to see if we can find Daniel Falkingham, because I think he would be a great person to talk to after his incredible save. So I want to see if maybe we can go find him and pull him down in here, because that was absolutely incredible. Let's see if he's up in here. I want to see if he's up in here in one of these channels, because I imagine he would be. There we go. Let's go pull him in here and see if he'll speak with us. Hey, Daniel Falkingham, you got a copy?
Hey, I got you.
Man, I've got to say, I know you know this car very well, especially with running the Coca-Cola iRacing NASCAR iRacing series, but that was an incredible save in turn 1. I have no idea how you did that, and I bet that was a brown pants moment.
Yeah, a little bit. I'm glad y'all were able to actually catch that, because I don't know what happened if the guy underneath me just got it in my left rear or something, but I was just dead sideways. I was spinning into, I think it was Trevor underneath me, but I was trying my best to just keep the thing as straight as possible, because it's so easy to, like, when you get spun or when you get tagged in, like in the quarter panel, it's really easy to go around in these things. So I was just very fortunate I was able to hang on to that right there. I didn't need 210 to do it either. So definitely a brown pants moment right there. But thankfully, we are still alive, and we still got a shot at this thing. So hopefully we can stay alive for the next 50 laps.
This 7th Gen NASCAR Cup Series car, so incredibly difficult to save when you get yawed out like that. It shows some of your experience and a lot of your talent. We saw you kind of riding for a lot of this race. You came up to the front once, kind of tested out the pack, and then going down and saying, I don't want to be a part of this for now. Now you get back in it. You're a part of that incident there, able to save it, and so you're technically not a part of the incident. But how do you handle these last 50 laps? When is go time? Is it now, or is it at lap is it 20 to go? Is it 10 to go? Is it 5 to go? When is it your time to say, all right, let's group up, let's go win this thing?
Yeah, it's definitely right around this point of the race is when you really want to start trying to make your moves up there, because after we get to the final pit stop, we get inside that fuel window is when all the guys that have been riding the back, like I know Malik has been back there riding the back most of the race, and he's going to start coming up to the front. So like all the good guys that you expect to be up front are going to be up front right after that last pit stop, right around like 40 to go or something like that. So definitely, I'd say right around now is when you want to start making your moves, because pretty soon when you get everyone who knows what they're doing up here, it's going to be mega gridlock, and it's going to be really hard to really make change of positions. So I'd say right around now is the perfect time, which is why I kind of started making my move on that last little run we had right there. But yeah, we spent the majority of this race being in the back after we got wrecked in the first caution, and I think now is about the time where I feel safe enough where it's checkers the record trying to get through the field right now. But thankfully, we're in a really good spot, and hopefully we can stay up here for the rest of this thing and go win it.
Well, Daniel, you're one of the most experienced, and I think that's going to give you a bit of a heads up in this last 48 laps. Good luck to you, sir.
I appreciate it, fellas. You enjoy the show.
So Daniel Falkingham, we'll make sure to drag him back to his server so he can talk to all of his teammates and make sure he's in communication, because we've said it, Connor, teammates and communication, truly a big key factor in the ability to win a race like this.
And he's definitely going to be in contention for this win as long as he doesn't get totaled. I mean, he's definitely been one of the more, he's been cautiously aggressive. I would say he's not been the most aggressive, but he's definitely one of the faster drivers in this race right now.
So all these drivers working with their teams and their open setups, trying to make what was best, but the setups are going to be how they are. If you made changes, it's going to be in pit road, but what you've got is what you've got. We might see a mad dash to the end, but you might save fuel because you're going to be forced possibly to one more pit stop. It's going to be hard, Connor, to save 6 laps of fuel, but some may try.
Yeah, we're going green with about 48 to go. That'll probably put us 6 to 8 laps short, like you were mentioning. So I don't think you can save that much fuel to make it to the end. So the only other strategy you really have other than running this fuel tank dry is pitting in about 6 to 8 laps and just filling the tank back up and hoping you can make ground up on the lead pack while they don't pit. That's something like that could be in play for some drivers.
Well, and if some do, you might want to wonder, do I come for extra fuel for a possible green-white checkered? Because if you come at lap 60 and you leave no room for those green-white checkers, maybe you decide to come at lap 170 to make your pit stop as short as possible. But drivers, it's the time to think about that, but you got to stay focused on what is in front of you. And for some of these drivers, there is a lot of madness ahead of them. Falkingham leading the outside line with Cody Neagles. It is Jackson Bice down in the bottom, and it is Justin Belijar down in the middle.
Yeah, and I don't know if we make it to 165, 170, but we'll just have to wait and see. There's already 3 by 3 right now. Eberhard a little sideways, Bice a little sideways. Falkingham gets in front of Eberhard. Got a car and apron back there, but they ended up keeping it straight. I think that was Michael Sturgill who almost got taken out by someone back there. But the attrition rate is not very high, but the intensity sure is.
The intensity, and I think it's something that's not going to go away. I think we saw a calm period of the race from about lap 170 to about lap 120, but with now under 45 laps remaining, I just don't think we're going to see any loss of energy or loss of intensity. I think at this point now, for most all of the drivers, it is go, go, go.
Man. Wyatt Gray not happy about Justin Mellicar making that move. He called him words on the radio you cannot say on a broadcast, but the intensity, the aggression, and the animosity, I think, is also picking up. And really, this is the first time we've seen Wyatt Gray at the front since he started second in this race, and it seems like he's decided now's the time to go.
You took the words right out of my mouth. He's been hanging out at the back with some of the others like Falkingham and Ray, but he has been one to stay back there longer than others, but he has decided that it is his time. He started on the front row, and he wants to get back to the front. He's on the front row. It looks like we're coming to a restart, but we are at full song, 200 miles an hour up at the front, and Wyatt Gray to the lead over Justin Mellicar.
It's taken him 150 laps to get back to the front, but he's finally done it. Gets a push up the track from Jack Mace and is able to lead Mellicar in that middle line. That third lane we saw pretty prominent right after the restart has died pretty quickly, but here comes Dylan Jones. Thought about leading it, chose not to. He's got help from maybe Tyler Chronister, who's still looking for the lucky dog. That will be a battle maybe to look at if Aaron Brown can get up there. But right now, Chronister, Aaron Brown, the only drivers laps down, and Chronister has it easily, but very dangerous.
The battle isn't always just for the lead, but for the lead, there has been 71 lead changes in this race. That is an immense amount. It shows you how much movement there has been at the front of this pack. There's battles in the mid-pack. There's battles for the lucky dog. Crash in the back.
Saved it.
Looks like everyone stays straight. That looks to be Josh Caudle in the 13, out of line below the apron, but he is able to stay running forward, and he falls back, but no caution. Green still on the racetrack.
Looked like Christian Peterson right there as a stack up. Aaron Brown gets into the back of Travis Owens and kind of causes that. Peterson did a great job keeping that car straight, but that's going to take a lot of drivers out of contention, and they'll probably have to end up switching the strategy for some of those guys, and maybe they do end up hitting lap 165 and just try to do that strategy where they work together to make up time on the lead pack, because now they're pretty separated, and some big drivers who have lost that pack for the time being. Malik Ray, Peterson, who we mentioned, Aaron Brown, Sturgill, Kyler Wynn's back there with damage as well.
Yeah, that was a huge moment for Peterson. Kind of saved it off of the 13 of Josh Caudle as well. It was the 18 of Aaron Brown that gave the hit to the 02 of Travis Owens. It kind of started all of that, but now it is in the rears of all these drivers. You said there's that big gap to Christian Peterson now, 1.2 seconds. He leads that second pack as he runs 21st. So 20 cars up in this 3-wide pack. Then it is single file behind them, led by Christian Peterson as they try to catch up and make up ground.
Really great trying to coach these guys, trying to tell them what to do. I think he wants Christian Peterson to do what Kyler Wynn was doing earlier, go up so that pusher can get some air to the nose. He didn't really do it there. They've lost some ground, and it looks like Stephen Miles is going to give way and kind of dump Peterson out, but they're losing ground quick.
Yeah, if the guy leading the line can't do what you need, it's not a point of the race where you can say, oh, well, you know, we'll be fine, we'll get a caution, who knows, but it's time to say, okay, you can't do it, well, someone else go try. And now the 24 is going to do exactly what Malik Ray was coaching, as wow, they almost stacked up once more. That was a big moment for Stephen Miles, nearly lost it off the apron.
Yeah, and these two lines, I mean, that's not the way to work it, and I think Stephen Miles knows what he's supposed to do. Now Malik Gray being the pusher, I think that's probably the best pusher they have in this pack. They have Cameron Craighead back there as well, so pretty decent amount of drivers, pretty good drivers in that pack to be able to get back up to the front, but they've lost touch with the draft that they might have had, but those drivers going through right here at the front might help them. Oh, Jack Mace in the wall hard.
Jack Mace in the wall in the 07.
He saved it.
Neagles had to let off the gas a ton, and they're wrecking at the front. Huge moment for Dustin. Oh my goodness. They're
Jack
involved.
Mace, Dylan Jones.
Dylan Jones, golly.
Mark Person, I think Azronoth's in there. Cody Neagles, big damage.
I was losing my words on Dustin Shepard. He was one of the first involved in the 89. Jack Mace has his own moment. Gets way back, way slowed, bit of slam drafting from the 6 of Neagles. The 19 of Levine makes a move down low, but it happens up front. It looked like Mellicar and Dustin Shepard were two of the first involved. That might have been the start of that incident.
And this will put us in a tight spot on fuel. Everyone should make it to regulation, but green-white checkers would now be a question mark. And starts with Jack Mace, goes to the middle in front of the 84. He kind of goes a little bit too high up the racetrack. The 84 hits him in the left rear. I don't know how much damage Mace got from that, but he'll get involved in this one. The 84 gets a bad bump out of the corner there. Shepard gets turned, and it's on from there. As right there, Jack Mace gets hit by the 84 driver, not really holding his brakes, and then that driver, that was Cody Neagles, who were alongside on board with.
Neagles. It looked like he got a tap from Mark Person in the 77, who was not on the brakes as early. That's the tap from Mellicar to the 07.
That's a big moment.
Jack Mace. Let's see where this incident came from. Yeah, it looks like a tap from the rear to Mellicar. Just gets him sideways. Just a bad spot to have a push and right into the 89 of Shepard. Yeah.
And it's going to be one of the first heavy hitters out of this race, with Jack Mace having the meatball flag, the right front suspension totally broken off the car. So that was one of my favorites to win this race, and he's going to be out of it before we get the 40 to go.
Yeah, big moment. Daniel Falkingham able to survive and make it through. We'll take another look at this. That's the initial incident with Jack Mace. And here comes this push to the back of Mellicar. And yeah, just a push at a bad place and collect some of the field involved. Levine gets tagged down all the way. He's all the way near the wall and was not able to evade it. Drivers back to the pit lane once more. You mentioned it though, Connor. This is going to put us in a tough spot. It was Falkingham that gave the push to Mellicar, and so he's going to have some damage because of that. But we are at an interesting spot for fuel.
Yeah, you can make it to the end of regulation, but one yellow, it puts it one green, white checkered, and it's going to be close. So you might see a lot of drivers who are not going to restart near the front top off on fuel possibly, just to maybe be able to make one green, white checkered without having to pit for that. So we'll just have to wait and see what ends up happening. Big yellow for Tyler Chronister. He's been a lap down for a while. He's finally going to be on the lead lap. Aaron Brown, that would only leave him as the last driver one lap down. But a big deal to have Jack Mace out of this race in the final 100 miles.
Good run, good attrition for the 99 of Tyler Chronister. We're going to take a quick break from the MRL 500. We are getting down to the end. Don't go anywhere. Presented by RaceMRL.com in partnership with PGR Esports. We'll be right back.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
JS Racing. We're in the game.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Welcome back to V-Speed, where you are watching the coverage of the first MRL 500 in partnership with PGR Esports and the continuation of what was the Podium 500. We have only 35 laps to go. It is coming down to the wire.
Restart right here with 36 laps to go. We almost already crashed. It looked like Cameron Craighead and Travis Owens had contact, and they almost caused one right then and there. They got away with it. Shows how the animosity, the attrition, everything's coming together for a crazy run to the finish, and really thought more drivers would top off on fuel. We really didn't see many drivers do that.
A lot of them stayed out, decided that it wasn't time. Maybe that they believe they're going to see another caution, that their time will come then. But not many drivers taking the chance to come in and take fuel or tires or fix any of their extra damage. Some of them that were involved in the incident, like Levine and Falkingham, did come in and take some of their damage. But Wyatt Gray, Jackson Bice, those guys decided to stay out. And look at this, Malik Ray, he's back in the mix. He was in 24th at the time of the caution. Now he's in 5th.
And I think at this point, this is the run to the finish. Green flag pit stops are completely out the window. Everyone's trying to get to the front at this point. So this is going to be the money run this time for sure. So you're going to see those guys who've been laying back a little bit come to the front, like Malik Ray, like Kyler Wynn, who's had damage. This is the first time Kyler Wynn's had a clean car in about 50 laps at least. So he's going to be back to the front of this field, which he already is inside the top 10 again. He was 21st when he crossed the line last time by, as there's wiggling at the front, and he's going to cross the line top 10.
Top 10. And some of the drivers we haven't seen in a minute are back in it. Kyler Wynn, he's back up here as well. Christian Rhodes, we haven't seen his name all day long, but he is here. Gray and Eberhardt, they're battling for the lead. It's 3 abreast. Look at this. Dylan Jones, excuse me. He is going to have a near moment bouncing off the apron in that 0-11, and Dylan Jones able to save it.
He fishtailed at least 4 times, and as a Giants fan, I'm tired of Daniel Jones, so I'm glad it's Dylan Jones in this race. But he fishtailed 4 times before he finally collected the thing. And this is exactly what we saw in the duels. Wyatt Gray gets pushed to the apron now, but this is what me and Bradley saw in the duels yesterday with the pushes intense. The checkups kind of stopped happening, and the intensity is at it absolutely overcranked right now. The dial's been broken off as Malik Gray finds his way to the lead. Maybe at the best time to not be involved in what's going to happen behind him.
Cameron Craighead, David Flanagan, they had some contact, the 31 and the 48. Middle line and top side, big check up to the middle line. Dylan Jones, he's leading that line now with a big push from the 4 at Cowboys number 4. Malik Ray now having to do the job of blocking 3 separate lines, but it looks like Eberhardt on the bottom is going to get a nose down in front, and now he will edge out in front of the one of Ray. Big push by Wyatt Gray, as well as Kyler Wynn. Eberhardt will move up top, but he'll get crossed over by Ray. Hung out to dry, but Person will pick him up.
He saw it coming. Malik Ray did. He knew exactly what Eberhardt was going to do. Oh, they're going to go full wide. That's not going to work. Craighead's going to go around, and here comes another big crash.
Huge crash, starting with Cameron Craighead in the 48. Didn't really touch anything. So spun out on it, not on his own, but he spun out and did not make any contact anymore in turn 1. But you said it, 4 wide was not going to work. Craighead was up on the outside of that. Malik Ray up on the top. Huge, wow, Malik Ray, what a job. It was just a big swing for the 90 of Eberhardt. And here comes this moment.
Yeah, Craighead comes up.
Yeah, he's going to come up. Malik Ray tries to block. Yeah, came up too far, and it looked like Eberhardt thought he had a little bit of a nose to the inside. And it was just such a quick moment that there was no time for the 48 of Craighead to know that he was 4 wide.
Yeah, I don't think Craighead wanted to make it so he would end up going 4 wide. I think when he made that block, he swooped up a little bit too high on corner entry, which, you know, in turn put Eberhardt on his left rear. And at that point, there's really not much Eberhardt could end up doing to avoid that.
Here's Aswernoff watching along with his view of the incident. He's right on the back of Kyler Wynn. That's Josh Ball, 31 of Flanagan. And we'll see incident begins up towards the top, and whoa, a near tag from Eberhardt. But Aswernoff able to skate on through. He, I think I've said it, he didn't want to be involved in another incident. I don't think any driver ever wants to be involved in another incident, but it's been 3 for him now. And even after, he is the one that's saying, I think he has the most attrition in terms of getting the ability to get back to the front. I would say him and Cody Niegels. 77 different lead changes. Connor, I know some of your guys have been taken out, but at this point in the race, with now 30 laps to go, who are some of the drivers you are looking at that will be in this fight to win the MRL 500?
Unfortunately, it won't be Christian Rhodes. It's a shame. He just got to the front furthest he'd been up, and he's got the meatball flag, so the 4 car will be out of the race. I mean, you got to look at Malik Gray. He's at the front when it matters the most. He's been biding his time, waiting for the right opportunity, and now that we're done with green flag pit stops, he's found his way to the front. He knows how to block. We are going to have some drivers peel off to top off on fuel, but Malik Gray in the lead, that's going to be dangerous. Josh Ball has been up at the front all race, so he's going to be a threat. Kyler Wynn, he's always aggressive at the super speedways. I think he's got to be doing something for sure. I think he's, you know, Malik Gray, Kyler Wynn, Josh Ball. You got Daniel Eberhardt, who's going to have to repair damage. Cody Niegels is still in this race. He's having to find his way back to the front, but we saw how aggressive he was earlier. So I'd say the 3 to look out for: Malik Gray, Kyler Wynn, and Cody Niegels. I'd be a little surprised. It is a super speedway. I'd be a little surprised if one of those 3 don't win this race at this point.
Well, you make some great picks, and those are definitely people you want to be on the lookout for. I'm also looking at Trevor Aswernoff. He has shown to us many times that no matter where he is in this pack, he can find his way to the front, and he can handle the pressure of being up front. Another one I still think about that I would not count out at any point is Daniel Falkingham. Yes, he got damage in one of the more recent incidents on lap 158. But he has been able to have time to come in and repair that damage. And what we know about Daniel Falkingham, he is in the same vein when we talk about the prestige of Malik Ray, 2 eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers, and that comes with enough prestige as it is. So Falkingham and Aswernoff are 2 that I would definitely look at here, right inside of the top 20 to make their way back forward and be in this fight.
Yeah, you can see Falkenkamp's car looks pretty well fully repaired, so he should be coming back to the front. Justin Levine comes off a pit lane. Nathan Harper looks like he's got his car good. Wyatt Gray looks like he had some damage to repair, so maybe not just topping off on fuel for him, but a lot of drivers who had damage from this previous year are going to have clean cars again.
So plenty of time for them to fix their cars. This, I mean, we talk about the run to the end, but this is going to be. You know why the reason that some of the fans may not know that these drivers have been fighting so hard for about 80% of this race is because there's over $4,000 in the pool throughout this race that drivers can win, and it's $1,000 to the winner. That's $1,000 you could win in an iRacing race. That is near what some people get in the real world in late model racing. That's why these drivers are fighting so hard, tooth and nail, for each and every spot, because every spot matters when it comes to the end of the race payout.
And it's $1,000 to each of us from Bradley for commentating this. No, I'm just kidding. But either way.
Oh yeah, because we can absolutely afford that.
Yeah. Well, Bradley can especially. He's made of money, but either way, I mean, you're gonna have. That's what's kind of bringing out so much aggression as well. Not only just today, but in the duels, in the heats, qualifying as well. I mean, it's been a week-long process. It's pretty much been speed weeks. And it's all been for a shot at 4 digits, at least 3 digits, you know, the big payouts that we have for this race. That's why the aggression is at an all-time high, trying to get track position, and the intensity and the urgency to get to the front at this point in the race is at an all-time high because of how much is on the line. And wouldn't you know it, the front row number 1, has both number 1s on the front row for this restart.
They do, and when Kyle Adams and the team at the Misfit Racing Leagues wanted to bring back what was the Podium 500, they weren't just wanting to bring back its name and its prestige and everything that was brought with that event that made it so great over the years. They wanted to bring back one of the reasons that so many people kept coming back was the money, because again, that is what you get from a lot of drivers. They want to win, not only for their factor of winning, but hey, I'd love to have some money too. So not only have they brought the name and brought a lot of drivers and a lot of viewers back to this event, but they have brought the money to back up what they have done. So huge shout out to the MRL team, everyone at Kyle Adams, Jake Sylvia, and all of them. Back to green, 28 laps remaining, $4,000 on the line. Shuffling up front as the 2 number 1 start in the front row. Big wiggle for Kyler Wynn as he makes a little door-to-door contact with the 11 of Dylan Jones. Jones was able to handle it. Now Malik Ray comes up to the outside line to block Josh Ball.
You can see Malik Ray just trying to figure out if he's going to stay in line, if he can block Josh Ball. Not quite going to be able to. They're almost 4 wide in the background. There was checkups here and there, but you kind of see Malik Ray getting in that mode where he's going to be blocking left and right, trying to keep his car in the lead when it matters most.
He will not be giving up that lead with any ease at all. 3 wide now. A little bit of a squeeze for Christian Peterson once again with Tyler Chronister and Jacob Dudai. Nearly a wreck. Now a wreck 89. In the backfield. That looks like Aswarnoff. That is Aswarnoff in the 89. Somehow able to keep it straight on the apron. Now able to catch it once more, but the caution flies.
Jake Sylvia spun in the background. Another one of those crashes where it should have been more cars and it wasn't.
Looks like Hudson Geiger was involved. Man, Wyatt Gray almost got a tag from that.
He might have gotten a little bit of contact.
That looked like the 24. That might have been the 24 of Stephen Miles. Yes, this is Stephen Miles in the 24, pushing the 81. Watching along with him to see how he nearly misses this. Kind of turns 81, trying to get low and catches the left rear of Aswarnoff. It's going to be some right front damage for him in terms of the aero components and body damage. Wonder if there are any that got to the right front tire and suspension. But let's see how this develops. Yeah, just right behind. I want to go to looking at Christian Peterson and Jacob Dudai there, but it happened behind them.
Yeah, it was really Azeronoff and Hudson Geiger. They kind of both were fighting for the middle, and that's what ended up putting it 4 wide into turn number 1.
Cronster nearly trying to make it 4 wide as, yeah, it just happens right behind all these drivers. Hudson Geiger trying to make some moves. Daniel Falkingham was in front of it. Kind of its own separate deal right there. Yeah, up towards the front. It was kind of its own incident out of 2. That's been a very dangerous area, Connor. Right out of 2 with the pushes, it seems like an area where the car really gets light.
Yeah, this was really, it almost was kind of a different incident where the caution comes out. You have drivers kind of all over the place. They were fortunate to get away with not wrecking even more cars in that mini incident right there. But this is definitely, the last 10, 20 laps at this point. You can definitely see the attrition starting to pick up, and the aggression's almost too high at this point because you're just getting incidents and close calls left and right. Caution's been thrown out the window, and it's caused more cautions because there's no caution in the window. So it's really, at this point, no one's giving an inch, and it's going to cause more incidents as we're finally within the last 25 laps.
Nobody will be giving up anything. I think the last time we saw Malik Ray in the rear was the last time he was going to be in the rear unless he is wrecked. I think he's one that is not going to give it up now. Track position will become absolutely key. So the top 5 as they run: Malik Ray, Josh Ball, Dylan Jones, Mark Person, and Kyler Wynn. Really kind of a revival for Mark Person and Kyler Wynn. They're both 2 drivers that have been involved in a couple incidents today, and both have had their significant amount of damage.
We have a number of drivers who've had their repair damage and have somehow been able to battle
It's a question of who hasn't, really, at this point.
I don't think Billy Gray's had much damage today.
That's the only person. Dylan Jones, I think he got involved in something, didn't get spun, but he was definitely hit.
Oh,
but also, shout out to Jones. He really, it was about lap 80 or 90 after our big incident in turn 4 that he really started to turn his head in that all-white 11. And he's been riding up front pretty much ever since.
Yeah, he's been pretty consistent. He's been one of the more calm drivers today, actually, which is kind of hard to come by. But he really has not been pushing the envelope too much, and he's been able to be at the front because of it. He's one of those drivers who, if he's had the repair damage, it hasn't been too much. Travis Owens has caused some stuff, been involved in a few things partially, but he really hasn't had to repair too much damage. And really everyone else behind that, I can think of a few instances where they've had their repair damage, and some drivers still have damage. You have Jacob Dadai, who's got front-end damage. He'll restart maybe in the 14th position. And you have Michael Sturgill, who's been really quiet today. He's had damage here and there, but he hasn't really found his way to the front either. And we did get a lucky dog on his most recent yellow, and we've talked about him earlier. Aaron Brown, I believe, on one of the last yellows, he got back on the lead lap, which he's been laps down for a long time with a lot of damage. He's got that repaired. He's now lead lap, and now the only driver running that is laps down is Chris Schubert, who's still 2 laps down.
Well, I was about to mention Aaron Brown as well, because with that hit he took to the outside wall in turn 2, I was almost sure his day was done. But however he got on the brakes and however he tagged the wall, it was enough to be able to hold the car together. He was able to come in and fix his damage. He's back on the lead lap now and running in 23rd position. Dustin Shepard, who was involved in that most recent incident before this one, he is back on the lead lap as well in his number 89, and he is in 24th position, lined up alongside Aaron Brown. So, plenty of drivers still in the fight. It looks like 34 drivers remain on the lead lap. That is a lot of drivers at this point. I would have expected us to be down at least under the 30 mark, Connor.
Well, part of that is this next-gen car. I mean, you can damage it and you can fully repair it back to good as new pretty easily. So unless you're getting a meatball and getting suspension damage, the engine blowing, you're probably going to be able to fully repair it. It's just unfortunate for the guys like Jack Mace, Nathaniel Pollard, Sam Taylor, Aaron Johnson, and a few others who just got hit on the suspension a little bit too hard to where it broke, or got engine damage, or in some cases back down pit road. But really, these next-gen cars are tanks. If you don't hurt the suspension or the engine, going to be able to get back in this race, and that's why we still have 35 running. And Chris Schubert's just hoping for more chaos to get back into this race. Like we mentioned, the only driver any sort of laps down running right now. He needs 2 yellows to get back into it.
Well, and I mean, if there's some quick cautions here, Schubert could absolutely get back on the lead lap. There is still time. We've talked about time a lot this afternoon for this MRL 500, and time has been aplenty, and time has been waning shortly. It'll be 23 laps to go. My name is Scott Shive. I'm alongside Connor Horn and Bradley Cooper, our producer, with cameras provided by Dougie Beard, and all the action brought to you right here on V-Speed. You won't miss a moment of the action. 22 to go at the line for this MRL 500 at Daytona.
Malik Ray wasted no time getting the push from the outside lane, make sure they didn't get too far ahead or anything. It's going to let Dylan Jones lead that inside line at least even with Malik Ray. He's getting pushed by Kyler Wynn. There goes Mark Person looking at the third line, and Malik Ray immediately jumps up there, and Josh Paul ends up with no help.
Ray will move it. Ball is a standalone on the inside. Here comes Josh Cottle in the 13. Others behind him, Jacob Dudati. They'll pick him up, try to scoot him forward, but that leaves the middle open. Drivers will fill the hole. Kyler Wynn moves in. Dylan Jones, he's up front, now down on the low line. Travis Owens right behind him, but it's Malik Ray and Mark Person leading the outside line. David Flanagan trying to get single file in the top.
And the little few cars behind him, Daniel Falkingham repaired all that damage. He's back up near the front right now. Is that bottom lane just nothing doing? Travis Owens leading it could be the issue because they're not really holding the lines properly. And you have almost the entire top 10 fully clear of that inside line, but you still have Dylan Jones holding the middle.
Last time we saw Owens leading a line, this exact thing happened. The line absolutely fell apart and everyone went right by him. The 97 as we've got near wreck, near sideways, they're going to get tagged. Dustin Shepard's involved again. Huge crash in turn 3. What was a near miss incident involved in turn 2.
Whoa, Mark Person got spun.
Mark Person got spun up front after the caution. Might have been in drivers trying to get on the brakes and slow down. But a separate incident for the 77 of Mark Person. But a wreck developed, and yeah, it looks like maybe Jacob Dudati in that 9 Napa machine might have had some contact with him. Let's break down these incidents. 2 separate incidents on their own. One up front for Mark Person, who was way in front of the initial incident, and plenty of others. Dustin Shepard
was on the outside line there, just pinched the inside way too hard, 3 wide.
And Aaron Brown got another massive tag as Cameron Craighead came right up the racetrack all the way from the bottom of the apron up to the wall. 73 of Lewis Ettinger got turned sideways as well. It was a tandem turn for the 48 and the 73, and let's see where it all begins. Travis Owen down there on that bottom line with the gap.
Wyatt Gray.
It looks like it happens in front, yeah. Wyatt Gray trying to squeeze that hole in the middle, and it kind of checked everything up. But it looked like Ettinger and Craighead kind of got to the bottom on their own, and then here's that incident with Person.
It's going to be a crusher for Person because he was by all of it and ends up losing a lot of track position after the yellow came out. It just looked like Vicente Guerrero was leaving just enough space in the middle to where Wyatt Gray ended up going for it. Then he tried to close the gap, and it was too late. That's what really started all this. It caused a pretty big stack up, and unfortunately it's going to take Jake Sylvia, who was pretty fast all race, out of contention, and also Aaron Brown, who just repaired all that damage, just got lead lap, just talked about him, and his race is done.
Well, Aaron Shrine was another in the 97 Red Bull car that I was going to mention. Had done a great job. We saw his hood flying earlier. He had done a great job as we see the massive damage to the 18 of Aaron Brown. That is going to be day done for him for sure now. But the 97, he had recovered all of that damage from earlier, but he got stuck behind the 02 of Travis Owens, and he went from fighting for the front row to back in the top, outside the top 20 and right in the middle of that incident. That shows you how quickly you can go from a great position to right in the wreck.
Right in the wreck indeed. And we're going to have more and more drivers having to repair damage. Travis Owens, Mark Person actually has some pretty good left front damage out of that. Cameron Craighead, he's got a lot of repairs to make. Stephen Miles. Manazzi Major, he's gotten his car fully repaired. Really haven't talked about him much since the first half of this race. And Daniel Eberhard also having to make repairs, and a lot of the drivers making repairs are the fast ones this time, as we're kind of running out of drivers that haven't wrecked as things are getting crazier and crazier. Now you have Dylan Jones leading, but we know Kyler Wynn and Malik Ray work very well together. So if they get kind of bumper to bumper, I'm not sure what Dylan Jones can do to avoid those two getting by him and kind of working together.
Yeah, no, I'm not sure what they'll be able to do, because I think, like some of the drivers we've been interviewing have said, this is that time where a lot of everyone that is really, really great will be trying to filter themselves to the front, and it is going to make the racing a lot more aggressive, and it'll make it a lot more difficult to make passes. You mentioned Malik Ray being someone that will be tough to pass. They all decide to come into the pits, top off on fuel, and some of them decide to take tires, some don't, but most everyone fairly much on the same strategy. But we said we're coming down to the wire earlier. If we weren't then, we really are now. Plenty of time for more cautions as well.
And I'm sure, I mean, the pushing's just too aggressive, and the moves are too aggressive at this point, more than they were even earlier. It's like there was a little gap for Wyatt Gray to go for there, but I don't think that was ever going to work in any scenario. But either way, those are the moves you kind of have to try to make to try to get to the front. You know you're going to get 3x3 as soon as you really get to turn number 3. So if you see any slight gap, you know driver's going to go for it. So you have to shut off anything possible. I'd be shocked if we don't see someone try to go for a 4th lane at some point by the end of this race. So I don't know. I don't see it going green 18 laps at this rate. I don't even know if I see it going green 5. They got to prove it to us at this point with how crazy the racing's gotten.
I don't see us not getting to a green-white checkered. I would be shocked if we did not use any of our 3 green-white checkers, which, by the way, that is important. If we do get to the point where we get to green-white checkers, we only have 3 of them. And on that last attempt, if we get a caution before we take the checkered flag, the race will be over, no matter what. And it'll be up to iRacing scoring. So I think a lot of these drivers would like to get it all the way to the finish line and to the checkered flag. But we could definitely see those green-white checkers being used, and we could absolutely see all of them being used, because none of these drivers are paying for these cars. It doesn't matter if you wreck the race car, and I think a lot of people will have the attitude of, well, if I wreck it going for the win, that means I gave it my all.
Yeah, we'll probably be at this point. I would think everyone who hasn't come down the pit since about 30 to go or so, I would think everyone's probably good for 2 green-white checkers. 3, I would still think, is a question mark for some drivers at this point, but so much pacing, had so much time to save fuel, I would think we should be good fuel-wise without people running out for at least 2 of them. That's my guess.
Will absolutely be good. Chris Schubert, talking over the radio right now, got 1 of his 2 laps back. That was 1 of the 2 cautions he needs. Could he get another to get back on the lead lap? Green flag back in the air, 17 to go. Hear the beautiful roar of the V8s pushing these NASCAR 7th generation Cup Series cars. Here we go, Kyler Wynn looking outside. Malik Ray leads the low line with help from the 1 of Josh Ball. Ball moves out of line to the middle. Ray tried to block but was not able. Ball doesn't have any help though. Gets the smash from Dylan Jones to the rear. Now it's Kyler Wynn up top with help from Flanagan.
This is perfect for those 2. I mean, it's exactly, if they could have planned this out, they would want to be leading lines 1-2 right now. But there goes Flanagan to the middle. Wynn was able to cover it and block it, but that outside lane still got more momentum. Wyatt Gray pushing Jackson Bison. It happens that quick, like I mentioned, 3 wide before we got to turn 3, and now we're 3x3, 10 lanes deep.
3x3. Everything has been chucked out the window. It does not matter what happens from here. These drivers will be fighting for that spot at the front, and only one can claim the trophy at the end of the day. Lots of bumps coming from the rear. Kyler Wynn, Jackson Bice up front leading the 2 lines. Shuffled out from 3 now to 2. Then it's Flanagan and Gray. A little bit of a shove from Flanagan to Wynn.
Not what Malik Gray wanted to see. We got the inside line. The push just kind of died. So now he's kind of boxed into where he really can't do much of anything right now until that inside line can make some leeway.
It's the worst spot to be in. Boxed in on that inside line, doesn't allow you to push out to the outside and make some moves. Trevor Aswornoth, he's back. He's looking to make more moves. He moves to the outside. Dylan Jones is up there. Bice covers it. Jones nearly in the wall. Aswornoth has to avoid down low. Able to keep it straight. Everyone is forward. Green still out.
Build the third lane's momentum. A little bit contact with the 6 of Cody Neagles. He's back into a top 5, but he almost had a big moment. This is the ingredients for a 30-car wreck that we've been waiting for the last 30 laps, it feels, but it hasn't quite happened yet as Kyler Wynn's got a stranglehold on this field right now.
It's the ingredients for it, but until that point, it provides some of the most entertaining racing you'll ever watch. Kyler Wynn up top being pushed by Jackson Bice. Then down low, it's Dylan Jones. But that top line is prevailing. Here moves the 04 of Nathan Harper. We've seen that bright number 4 navy blue Cowboys Ford, but he looks to move his way to the front for the first time. 4 wide. Back in the rears, Dudati able to move in front of it. It was Travis Owens up on the outside in the 02.
Jackson
and there
Bice
we go.
got turned.
Jackson Bice all on his own, spins down through the grass and might have had some help from the 04 of Nathan Harper, who was right behind him.
That was from the race lead as well. And he got a decent bit of damage. He's going to end up getting away with just a spin, but he got to the right point when it mattered most, and he got spun out of it.
Out of 4.
There.
Yeah. Thought about moving up to block the run of Kyler Wynn, but realized halfway through that he wasn't clear. And the minute he tried to come back down, it looked like Harper was already near filling the hole.
Yeah, not sure if he wanted to block Kyler Wynn, or maybe that push from the 4 shoved him to the outside, and then it was just too late for anything to happen.
Well, and that's a great call, because it did look a little awkward for him. Might have gotten shoved here. It looked like he might have been moving up, and then it was kind of a smash draft from the 11 to the 33, and at that exact moment was when the 33 of Bice was deciding he wanted to come back down, and at that moment it was right into his left rear. So, but hey, anything, we'll never know for sure, but let's ride along with Bice and see from his perspective. Let's see if this is an intentional move or I can't tell.
Oh, the wheel turned right just a little bit. It only takes that fine margin to put your car to the other lane. So might have been a situation where he tried to get in front of Kyler Wynn and just couldn't make it work. And then he was kind of stuck between 2 lanes to the point where that happened. But it just, it's what's going to happen when you got 10 cars on each other's bumpers. There's really no room for hesitating on a move. You either make it or you don't. And if you get caught in the middle, something's going to happen.
Well, and at this point, drivers aren't lifting. Let's see if we can find Bice. Let's see if we can get him in here and ask him if he did go to try to make that move or if it was kind of a bump towards him. I want to see if I can find him in here. I think this is him. Let's pull him in here and try to see if he'll chat with us. Hey, Jackson Bice, you got a copy?
Yeah.
Hey, man, saw that incident happen, just you down the front straightaway. Were you trying to move up to block Kyler Wynn, or was it a bit of a bump from the rear from Harper that kind of scooted you up?
Well, I wanted to get up in front of Kyler, but he got a shot just as I started to move up, so I had to recommit to my second option, tried to stay down, and then Harper got a shot too, and that just bad scenario for me.
Well, you've now gotten time to fix some of the nose damage you had from earlier, and while you were leading, you're going to be shuffled back towards the rear of the pack. This puts you right outside of the top 25 with 12 to go. Is there time for you to make your way back to the front?
I think there's plenty of time to get back to the front, but it depends how bad we start wrecking here, because anything can happen here. The whole field could wreck, and we could run green, but it's just a matter on if we run green or not.
Yeah, well, I totally hear you, man. I hate that for you. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
So Jackson Bice will try to regain his track position after being involved in an incident. Well, I guess we have the word now, Connor. He was trying to make the move, but the minute he did, Wynn was getting a great push.
It definitely is what it seemed like when we looked at the in-car replay. You could see the steering wheel turn just a little bit to the right, and it only takes that much to get up a lane. And he just, Kyler Wynn just got that huge push at the wrong time. And that's what happens when you kind of wait till the last second to try to make that block so you get the best push possible. You don't give that driver behind you a chance to come out from behind the other driver to get that third line going or something like that. So just a product of circumstances, which has been kind of what a lot of the incidents have been, just a product of the super speedway racing circumstances. And I'm sure we're not done. We still have 11 laps.
Some drivers or fans will maybe wonder, it was a one-car incident, why did we see the caution? And I think it's just at the place it happened. Coming into that trial, it could have been very easy for Jackson Bice to slide through the grass and right up back in the racing surface and in the state of play. So it could have been very easy for him to slide and collect more vehicles. I think that's why we saw the caution thrown.
And we've seen majority of single car spins today thrown. Yellows have been thrown for it, besides, maybe one or two that were kind of mini incidents. So that's been the precedent set. Even if it's a single car spin, they have been throwing those.
Well, and it's easy to say, oh, he didn't hit anybody. Why did we see the caution? Because we were racing good there. Now we have to all reset, and it could get hairy on restart, and fans might be saying it as well. But I think it would be worse if Bice spun, came right back up into the pack, and there wasn't a caution, and you could say, well, what is race control doing? They didn't throw the caution. It's better to err on the side of safety, and because it would be tough for a lot of contenders to be taken out because of an error from race control. So we want to applaud them and know that they're making the best calls they can in these just fine margins. We want to have a clean run to the end and have all these drivers that are able to be in contention still in the fight.
Still in the fight indeed, but you got a guy in Kyler Wynn now leading this race who is almost more aggressive than anyone. He knows how to get it done here.
And he's the last winner of this race back in 2024, so he would love to defend his title of this race now under a new name and new banner. Green flag out once more, 10 laps to go.
10 to go, 25 miles when we bring it back around, and it didn't even take until turn 1 to have a third lane formed up, and it's led by Daniel Fuckingham. They're already crashing at the back. 36 had a little bit of a spin. Now they're going to crash.
Hudson Geiger in the 36. Spun, is that? Oh, I hope that's not Asrenoff. He might be involved in that back there.
Lewis Ettinger.
It was Ettinger. Okay, I saw a dark car and was wondering if it was Asrenoff.
Oh.
He's been at the front, he's been at the back so many times you never know where he's going to be. But let's watch Hudson Geiger. It seems to be at the heart of this incident. Maybe spun off the nose of it looks like maybe the 84 of Melikar.
Yeah, 36 was definitely the first car I saw spun, and it looked like he came down. He just came down on the 84 of Melikar, and then just kind of jumbles up. And poor Lewis Ettinger got probably the worst end of that deal, along with the 89 of Dustin Shepard. But that 73, I think, is toast because he got the front end. He's actually just spun under yellow because the skew is so far out of whack.
Yeah, Dustin Shepard, Travis Owens, they got a piece of that as well. Shepard got a massive hit towards the inside wall. Ooh. Look at this. Oh, 4 off the ground for the 97 of Aiden Shrine. He's been all over the board today too, just trying to survive, and just seems like it's been wrong place, wrong time for that number 97. But yeah, just looked like a miscalculation from Geiger. Either didn't know they were 3 wide, didn't know he was clear, but just came right down to the 84 of Melikar.
And that'll end Travis Owens' race. He's got the meatball from that. It'll also probably end Lewis Ettinger's race. He didn't have a meatball flag somehow, but his car was so skewed out with suspension damage, he was spinning under caution on the apron, so he's reset. He's back to pit lane. Attrition rate's gone up, but it's still not high to the point where we don't have a lot of cars. We still have 30+ running to try to win this race, as everyone who's left should still be on the lead lap now, all the way back, except Cameron Craighead. He has actually ended up calling it a day, even though I didn't see him with the meatball flag. That's one of the faster drivers of today for sure. he had a lot of suspension damage. So we still will have about 31 drivers lead lap.
Well, and with Cameron Craighead gone now, it's gonna be a solo effort for the 89 of Trevor Oswinoff. They were working so well together, but after his incident, he is going to be out of this incident, out of this race, and I think that one was the final nail in the coffin for the 48. But it looks like 30 cars left on the lead lap and will still be in it for the win. A reminder to the race fans, maybe if you've joined us as we get down into the final 10 waning laps, $1,000 to the winner. And that is something that these drivers are not going to give an inch for, especially at this point. I'm joined alongside by Connor Horn, Bradley Cooper in production. Cameras provided by Dougie Beard. My name is Scott Shive. All the action is coming to you right now on V-Speed in collaboration with the MRL 500 and PGR Esports. Couldn't help but thank all of our partners as they scroll through in the bottom right box. $4,000 will be paid out through the field, and we could not have that money or be able to do this and put this event on without all of the sponsors rolling down in the right-hand side corner. That's a lot of money, and I don't think there are many races ever in the sim world that pay $1,000.
Yeah, certainly one of the more prestigious races when it comes to monetary value. And you could tell, I mean, we've seen how aggressive drivers at the front are trying to be the one to win that 4-digit amount. And it's been a crazy last 30 laps. I mean, we've had so many mini incidents. We've still had a decent amount of crashes that have caused yellows, and it's going to come down to about a 7-lap sprint to try to see who's going to win this MRL 500. And you got to think Kyler wins in the best spot, no doubt. It's going to be tough to block on the white flag. You'll probably have to block 3 lanes at once to win this race. That's why I would rather be like 3rd or 4th coming down the back straightaway on the white flag. So I would put it in Dylan Jones' favor. The 18 of Gray, I think he'd be in a great spot. Wyatt Gray as well, but Kyler Wynn, no doubt he wants to be in the lead.
Well, it's something we haven't mentioned. Malik Ray is currently 18th. So through all the shuffling and the past couple cautions, he has really been shuffled back in this pack. And with 25 to go, he looked to be in a excellent position. But now, this is going to be difficult for him. There's only going to be 7 laps when we take the green until we see the checkered flag. If we do not have a caution, that is not a lot of time to be able to get up towards the front.
No, it all goes back to like 15, 20 laps ago. He got stuck on the inside line when it just had no help whatsoever. And, you know, then he had Bice spin, checked that inside line up before the yellow came out. Then he had the yellow initially after this restart. Didn't even get the turn 1. So, I mean, it's really just not worked in his favor to the point where he might not have a chance to get back up to the front, because we saw in that latest restart, we had 3x3 before we even got to turn number 1. So he's going to have to go to the 3rd lane, I would think. I don't know how he's going to be able to do it, but you don't put anything past Malik Gray to super speedway. You also have Christian Peterson back there. Not sure where he's going to go. Still waiting to see if Michael Sturgill can make it to the front himself. Josh Cottle, Eberhardt, Justin Levine also back there. So a lot of heavy hitters who just have been shuffled at the worst time possible.
It's been bad luck for some of these drivers stuck outside the top 15, but there is still time. Nothing is ever solidified until the checkered flag flies. We've seen many come back from terrible incidents today, lots of trouble, and there has been plenty of time for these drivers to get back in this fight. Kyler Wynn, Trevor Aswinoff, two of the best examples when it comes to that. Aswinoff has been involved in 4 separate incidents, and yet here he is, still in it. 7 laps to go until we crown a champion of the MRL 500.
Who gets to the 3rd lane first? Not as frantic to get up there this time.
Wynn leads on the bottom. Nathan Harper in the 04 with the push. Then down low, it's Dylan Jones. They both move up high. Kyler Wynn, they tried to block Aswinoff, but it looked like the 4 of Harper was not clear. There goes Wynn. He's going to be a last-minute block to Aswarnoff.
Yeah, Malik Grace tried to get up to the third lane back there. A lot of drivers joined him, as you can see already 3x3 once again. Aswarnoff kind of on the left rear of Wynn. Got to be careful of that as much as you can be at this point in the race. And Kyler Wynn's going to have to block 3 lanes at once.
It's so easy to get somebody just a little bit sideways, and that is enough to turn somebody around. Sandwich them in between 2 others, and you get loose. Wynn up at the top side. Harper now looking low. He's to the inside quarter panel of Wynn. Wynn's not able to block. Harper going for lead for the first time today.
Everyone pushing at 110%. This is when the temps become an issue because you got nowhere to go, but you got to cool down the car before you blow the engine. So Aswarnoff is in a bad spot. Wyatt Gray's going to be in a bad spot. Oh, there they go.
Aswarnoff turns down into the 4 of Harper. He sideways tries to save it, still trying to save it. Now off of the 18 of Gray, he will stay straight, but there are plenty of spinners left behind, and we could see a natural green-white checkered.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's either going to be 1 extra lap or a natural one, which should effectively make it 4. Dustin Shepard, Andrew Kaleshi, Jacob Adai getting big pieces of that. And that's the 89. Aswarnoff just came down to the middle when he wasn't clear and started all that chaos. And somehow they didn't, once again, somehow they didn't wreck more, but there's pile-ups in the background because of it. Kyler Wynn keeps the lead importantly through all that. Cody Neagles is now 2nd, which might be the biggest danger to Kyler Wynn at this point, with Falkingham 3rd.
It is absolutely a big threat for the 82 of Kyler Wynn, but yeah, just another tough moment for Aswarnoff. He has just had terrible luck, but it seemed like that one was kind of the start of his own.
Yeah, I mean, just Aswarnoff, he kind of got, mesmerized by Wynn going to the middle. Kind of caused that as we're on board with Manatsi Major.
Major starts to check up, sees all these sparks, sees the smoke, tags Dudati, gets tagged from behind as well, taps the outside wall, shouldn't have any significant damage from that, but will probably want a fresh set of Goodyear rubber. Riding along with Sturgill in the middle of this 3-wide pack. Just passing Dudati, gets involved in it. Right here, yeah, just gonna get tight with Q-Ring right in front. That's Caudle in the 13 to his outside. Yeah, they didn't want to wreck for the longest time, and then there comes Dudati right in front of Sturgill, and that was so quick. Sturgill could have never known.
That's probably not the race Michael Sturgill's wanted. He hasn't really been able to get to the front at any point. Now he's gonna have to, I would say, have to repair damage, but I think pit road was open that time. He chose not to, so he's gonna have to stick it out with what he's got. And and once again, those guys who have been kind of sandwiched at the back, because Daniel Eberhardt, I don't know if he had a internet issue, but he'll have to drop back to where he was in around 6th position. But once again, those guys at the back kind of snake bit by that stack-up incident. They had to check up for the incident, lost track position. Malik Gray's actually fallen further back. Now he's 23rd. Christian Peterson's back there. So, I mean, time's almost certainly fully ran out for those guys. If you're not in the top 15 or so, it's going to be hard to win this race.
It definitely will be difficult to come from that position. So Kyler Wynn up front with Cody Neagles. And Neagles, we heard it in his interview earlier, no matter what point of the race, he was going to be aggressive. And I think these two are going to be really difficult to get around each other. Which one of them is leading, they are going to be an absolutely difficult pass. I think the answer will be whichever one of them can block 3 lanes at once. We've seen it a couple times, and for a couple corners, each of them has been able to block it, but not for more than a lap or 2. The minute we get back to green, someone will make that outside line begin, and we will see 3 wide nearly immediately. And whoever is in the lead will have to block all 3 at one time if they want to be leading at the end, because if you let somebody get up to your side, well, guess what? You're out of moves, and the moves are going to be made on you.
Yeah, I think with these drivers, these top 4 mainly top 3, top 4. It's all about who gets in front of who. I think it's going to be hard to get in front of Kyler Wynn if he gets to jump. If Cody Niegels can get in front of Kyler Wynn, he's going to be tough to pass with how he's been blocking, as well as lights are off on the pace car. Natural green-white checkered, so this won't take up an attempt. So technically we'll have 4 attempts at it here. But if really whoever can clear the lines first and be able to block 3 lanes at once, they're going to be hard to beat with the amount of guys who can block the field that we have at the front. I mean, these are one of the 2 most aggressive drivers we've had today as far as that goes.
So, lot on the line. Not only to be named the first winner of the MRL 500 in continuation of the Podium 500, but the winner will be $1,000 richer. Not many people, especially in the sim, ever get the opportunity to race for that kind of money. But all 30 of these drivers that are left on the lead lap still have an opportunity. We think the winner will probably come from inside the top 15, but you never know what can happen. All of the top 29 could wreck, and the lone car along the lead lap at the end could be right there in the mix to take the win. That is the thrill and the ride of these super speedway races that fans love, that drivers love. You just never know until it out of turn 4, and that's when you can make your final moves. You try to set it up before then, but you will never know until you come into that tri-oval.
It's going to take drivers getting to the 3rd lane immediately. Those guys who are kind of outside the top 8, like Wyatt Gray, Dylan Jones, they're probably going to have to jump to the 3rd lane immediately to get something going.
Could this be the last restart, or will we see a wreck and see more? Kyler Wynn, Cody Niegels, front row, 2 laps to go. Natural green-white checkered in the MRL 500.
There they go. Jackson Bice tried to get to the 3rd lane before Mark Person, but he couldn't quite make it, but there's still no momentum up there. Now there goes Bice.
Bice, who was involved in an incident solo spin through the tri-oval, is back in it. He's on the outside. It's Cody Niegels. Middle lane leading in front of Josh Ball. Kyler Wynn down a little low line. Now 3 shift up to the high side.
Oh, there they go.
Niegels, Ball, Astronaut. Wreck in the back. Caution will come out. We will go to overtime.
Stephen Miles, Peterson's going to spin it out. Tom Queering involved as well.
Tom Queering involved in that 46 designed by his daughter, scanned into iRacing. 3 wide, 6 rows deep. And it looks like the 24 of Miles just tags the left rear of Queering. And he will go for a spin on his own, but with a little help from the 24 of Miles.
Looked
Looking
like
at it.
24 came up. Yeah,
24 Miles just really drifts up there. Look at Malik Ray. Nearly missed that, but tagged Miles, but didn't get involved in it on his own. But that's Malik Ray. We didn't expect him to be this far back.
Yeah, just not able to get through the field like he needs to. And he's just not getting the laps is the issue. He hasn't been getting the laps to be able to make anything up. So his times right now, he did a great job kind of sensing what was going to happen. He almost saw it play in his head before it even happened and is able to dive to the apron before he can get caught up in that.
Yeah, and let me hold my tongue. He might not have tapped the rear of Miles there. Miles might have gotten upset as he transitioned back from the apron to the banking. But that was a great evasive move from the one of Malik Ray. He is back still in 21st outside the top 20, so it's probably going to take a miracle at this point for him to be able to be at the front and in the fight for this win. But through all of the craziness, it looks like now I don't see Kyler win.
He'll restart 4th, which is
okay. There we go. He's further back than I thought. Okay, I wasn't seeing his name on the timing tower for a second, and I was worried that I was like, did something happen to him? We're gonna take a quick break, and we're gonna take a couple laps into natural green-white checkered You do not want to miss the finish of this first MRL 500. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back here on V-Speed.
JS Racing. We're in the game.
Gentlemen, start your engine!
Well, I hope you're on the edge of your seat, viewers, because I know Connor, Bradley, and I are, because we've said it was going to come down right to it, and it absolutely is. We are into overtime territory to settle the first MRL 500 presented by RaceMRL.com and in partnership with PGR Esports. 3 laps will settle it. It'll be 2 when we take the green. A green lap, and then once we take the white, no matter what happens, if people wreck or anything, we will race all the way back to the line. And if we get a caution before that white flag lap, we have 2 more usable attempts. It's Cody Niegels, Josh Ball, Kyler Wynn, Trevor Azranoff, and Jackson Bice make up the top 5, but any in the top 10 are in contention for the win. Who will take the checkered flag first? Green flag in the air. Here goes Niegels.
Yeah, Azranoff kind of jumped that. He was definitely accelerating before Cody Niegels gave him this push to get clear of that outside line.
Niegels can't get too far out front, but he's trying to judge which line will carry momentum. He goes to block the top, but doesn't want to get left out. Josh Ball tags up with the rear. Here comes Azranoff with the push from Jackson Bice.
And both lanes pretty even right now. No momentum from a third lane quite yet.
No momentum. No one has pulled out to establish a third lane on the high line. It's still 2 by 2, 10 rows deep. all drivers still in contention. Now 2 drivers out on their lonesome.
Bice.
Jackson Bice moves up high. Astronaut moves to block it. They're swaggling, but they are going to take the white flag. Wreck for Neagles. Big wreck behind him. Only 5 drivers survive. Cottle is in it, Ray is in it, but it doesn't matter. The white flag is taken. Now only 5 are left. It's Aswernoth leading Falkingham. Falkingham going to give a huge shot to Aswernoth. Jackson Bice picks him up on the inside. Gray is in it. He has a shot. Kyler Wynn still involved as well. Now 5 in line. 2 trying to charge up from behind them, but it's going to come down to Bice, Gray, and Aswernoth. Can Kyler Wynn pull anything out from the end? Aswernoth off the front of Bice. Here comes Kyler Wynn. Wynn, the winner of the 2024 Podium 500, will win the first MRL 500. Kyler Wynn to victory lane, $1,000 richer.
Oh my gosh, they almost handed it to him. Astronaut was late on the block, then Wynn kind of turned Weiler Gray into Jackson Bice in the aftermath of that, and Kyler Wynn somehow stole it.
Bice looked for the move low. Aswernoth tried to save it. Gray followed him through. Both got checked up, but in the gas was Kyler Wynn. He did not lift, found the hole, and took it through the tri-oval to take the checkered back-to-back winner with a year-long break, and yet he is still as good as he once was.
Oh, what a crazy, crazy finish. That was honestly, that was probably the worst spot for the crash to happen, right across the line where they couldn't throw the yellow. Kyler Wynn somehow was able to go 4th to 1st in really a matter of 300 feet.
Kyler Wynn will come across the tri-oval and do celebratory donuts as much as one would. No guy could be more ecstatic, and it is going to be heartbreak for guys like Daniel Falkingham, Trevor Aswernoth, Jackson Bice, Wyatt Gray. Vincent Guerrero, great job for him to get back up in the top 5. Aiden Shrine, good job for him to get in the top 10. Tom Curing, sporting a charity scheme and is one designed by his daughter as well. He rounds out the top 10, so what we thought was out for Curing, that was amazing. What a job, and what a finish for a lot of these drivers. We're going to have the full results, and look at this. Watch it from the end. Just watch.
It's crazy.
All the way coming up to the white.
They came as close to wrecking as they could, really down the back straightaway, and both lanes were pushing as hard as they could. And Aswernoth gets clear of lanes right here, is able to make that move eventually to the middle lane, the block of that 6 car. And at this point, Kyler Wynn's about in the 7th position, 3rd on the outside line, and one of the few that survived this big one that happens across the line. There's the block, kind of stacks things up right at Cody Neagles, and that's where the wreck starts.
Yeah, Neagles and Ball got involved, and then Harper, just pretty much everyone. It was honestly survive at that point and try to run for the end. But when this wreck happens, it is now 5 out on their lonesome, trying to get the win. And this is awesome. Look at this run. It was a great move from Aswernoth to block the 39 of Falkingham, gets in front of Bice. Now it's the 5 of them in line, but Falkingham is falling back. He's kind of out of it. And at this point, it's all in the hands of Jackson Bice. When does he decide to make a move? Fakes high, looks low. Aswernoth tries to block, but they get sideways. They both wreck. Contact between Bice and Gray, and Kyler Wynn just drives right on by him.
It really just fell in Kyler Wynn's lap. He really didn't make any sort of move. It was all set up by Jackson Bice, inching high. Then he went low. Aswernoth was late on the block, and he's pushing Wyatt Gray the whole way. And when this incident happens, Wyatt Gray kind of swerves left to avoid the 89, and it puts him across Kyler Wynn's nose down to the 33. It just really went Kyler Wynn's way out of turn number 4.
Kyler Wynn wins the MRL 500. What a way to do it. So we will take a quick break, but we want to hear from our top 3 on the podium, and we want to catch all of the final results from this first ever MRL 500. Don't go anywhere, viewers.
Contact here out of turn 4.
Tries to slam the door, but they sends him right back up the racetrack.
between him and Dexter. It's Ryan Kuhn yet again out of turn number 4. He's going to win for a second time in the Misfit Touring Series. And it's all about Christian Peterson out front. 9 top 5s, 9 top 10s, 4 times he's finished runner-up. But tonight, it's the first time win here in the Touring Series.
Christian Peterson, after 17 races, finally gets it done.
One of the best final laps in sim racing's Daytona history. You can't get much more than that. You can't ask for much more of a greater and wilder finish in the inaugural MRL 500 presented by RaceMRL.com in partnership with PGR Esports. Let's run through our final results here in just a moment. We want to see, it was quite a wild way to the line with that last wreck incident right across the line as we took the white. So it was really survive or be eaten alive. It was Kyler Wynn taking the win. Wyatt Gray in second, exactly where he started. Then Jackson Bice rounding out the podium. Daniel Falkingham in fourth. Vincent Guerrero making up some positions early, late in the going, rounding out the top 5. Then Trevor Aswernoff had the lead on a turn 4, but it wasn't enough. 6th place for him. Jacob Dudati in 7th. Stephen Miles in 24 8th. Aiden Shrine recovers in the 97 Red Bull machines, getting 9th. And Tom Quiring in the 46 rounds out the top 10.
It's not every day the gap from first to 10th at Daytona is 9 seconds, but that's what a wreck through a tri-oval will do. Chris Schubert, he was laps down for so long. He ends up 11th. He didn't borderline make a pass under the yellow on David Flanagan, so we'll see if that gets ruled later. 84 lead changes, by the way, 15 yellows, crazy race. Flanagan ends up 12th for the time being. Michael Sturgill, 13th position, so he ends up getting a decent finish after all that. Dustin Shepard, 14th. Justin Melikar, 15th. Justin Levine, 16th. I'm sure he wished for better. He was top 10 coming through the tri-oval. Scott Warren, 17th. Manatsi Major, 18th. Tyler Cronister, 19th. After spending a lot of time a lap down. And Josh Cottle, who was a late call-up, ends up 20th.
Behind them, it was Nathan Harper in the 04. Was in the top 5 in the last lap. But right across the line, gets wrecked, ends up 21st. Mark Person, been through a lot that day and today, and he finishes up 22nd, 23rd for Josh Ball in the 01. Christian Peterson in the 23 ends up 24th. Andrew Paleshi, 27th. Malik Ray, 28th. Cody Niegels, 29th. The two drivers, 28th and 29th, that we really thought could take the win, and it was 29th, excuse me. Some of the numbers were messed up. 29th for Hudson Geiger, and it was 30th for Dylan Jones. A black flag for Jones. That's what messed up a little bit of the timing tower. Go ahead, Connor.
Yeah, we'll see if the results get changed, because I think Dylan Jones got that black flag because he went through pit lane to avoid the crash. I think unofficially he'll be around 6th or so, but it'll all get changed probably after we're off air. And really, 31st on back are the drivers who could not make it to the end of the race. Travis Owens was out of the race, 31st. Cameron Craig had 32nd. He was fast today. Lewis Ettinger, 33rd. Jake Silvio was a big threat, as well as Aaron Brown. They end up 34th and 35th. Nothing much to show for it. Christian Rhodes, 36th. Jack Mace, the FTF 500 winner from 2 years ago, could not make it to the end. He ends up 37th after winning his duel. Nathaniel Pollard, 38th. Keegan Sabilo, 39th. And Sam Taylor, 40th. With only 2 other finishers, Aaron Johnson, who was out early, and AJ Magelo, who didn't make it 20 laps before the pit road penalty disqualified him.
So let's bring your winner in here, and that's Kyler Wynn. Kyler, you got a copy?
Yeah, what's going on, brother?
Man, I can't imagine what you're feeling right now. You won the final Podium 500 in 2024, and you come back under the banner with the MRL 500 in its inaugural run, and through what a crazy race, you find yourself in victory lane once again. What are your emotions? It's $1,000 too.
Yeah, I mean, it's always amazing winning one of these things, eh? Like no matter how small, like it's really hard. to win these money races now with how close everybody is and how competitive it is. So it always feels good no matter what. This feels extra special though, because inaugural MRL 500, it being a 500 miler, and yeah, the ground on top of everything. So it's really special to me.
Well, I'm so glad. And was there ever a point? There was a couple incidents you got involved in. Nothing major for you, but it definitely wasn't the cleanest day. I don't think anyone truly had a clean day. But was there ever a point where you were worried you might be out of it?
Well, I got wrecked around that 80, I think 80, maybe 60. And I had about 8 minutes of damage. But honestly, I thought I was
Okay,
still
I
in there
didn't
at that
realize it
point.
was that severe.
Oh yeah, it was really bad. My wheel was upside down. But I got it all
Okay,
fixed. It
there we
was all
go.
repairable because this car is a tank. But yeah, I wasn't too worried about it. I knew I was going to get it fixed, and I knew I was going to be there at the end. It was just about staying alive, and being there at the end, which we were. I think I
Well,
had 16 minutes of damage in the
Oh my
NASCAR 500
gosh.
last year, and I still managed to get the win there. So damage in this car doesn't really. It's not that bad. Like if you're not if you don't have a broken wheel, you're fine.
Well, if you
So
got to win another 500 last year, that's now 3 in a row for you in 3 different events. That is extremely impressive and shows a lot of your talent and why you continue to find yourself in victory lane. When you came out of turn 4, you were running fourth. It was Aspernoth, Bice, Gray, and then you. It really didn't look like you were planning to make a move, or if you didn't think you were in a position to make a move, but maybe what were you thinking? Were you thinking that, hey, Bice is probably going to make a move, and I got to hope that they all screw each other up, and I can drive right on through exactly like what happened?
honestly, I was committed. So I'm teammates with Wyatt and Jackson. So
There
our
we
goal was
go.
just to win. We were just trying to get by Trev. Yeah. So the goal was win the race, any of us first. It's just I got lucky that it worked out the way it did. So they wrecked each other. Or Trev threw a bad block there out of 4, got him out of loose, and then Wyatt got loose out of 4 as well, and they kind of speed matched each other, and I just went on by.
Well,
Um,
one, two,
yeah,
three for your team. That
yeah,
that has
not
got to
bad.
be that's got to feel special even for besides you, not just the win, but the team getting a 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, big team morale, especially with the PGR 500 coming up here in a week.
Well, we'll wish you good luck in that as well. Kyler, anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, factory steps on the car. All my teammates, I had quite a few of them, about 7 of them. A lot didn't make it to the end, but there were 3 of us at the end there, and that's all that mattered. We got it done. And you guys for broadcasting, thank you for that. And all the admins that make this happen behind the scenes. It's not possible without them. So big shout out to the MRL team.
Well, congratulations, Kyler. It's a third 500 win for you, and you are the winner of the inaugural MRL 500 and $1,000 richer.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Kyler Wynn takes the W in the inaugural MRL 500, the first ever MRL 500. And Connor, I will send it to you to get to talk to second place, Wyatt Gray.
Wyatt Gray, you got a copy?
Yes, sir.
Well, second place. No, it's going to be tough to swallow that run to the line. Obviously, a lot of frustration in the last 20 laps or so, but you're in a position to maybe go for it there in those last kind of 500 feet or so. What else? What more do you think you could have done to maybe get the victory?
I definitely coming out of 4 could have held it middle because when Trevor turned himself blocking, like he came up the track, so I kind of hooked it to the left a little bit to make sure I didn't hit him. But in hindsight, I don't think I needed to do that, which means Kyler would have kind of been stuck behind me, pushing me, and I think I would have won.
Definitely seemed like that could have been the case. It almost looked like Kyler got into you, but definitely on the in car looked like you swerved away. And obviously, crazy finish. There's only about 5 other drivers on that green-white checkered after you crossed the line and the wreck happened. Did you have any sort of plan? Anyone you were trying to hang with until you got to turn 4, trying to work with, and did all that go out the window with the crash?
Well, Jackson and Kyler are my teammates, so we knew there's 3 of us, 2 other people. Like, we just needed to make the move. Obviously, once Falkingham went up to the high side, we all cleared him, and then it was 3v1 on Trevor, and he knows that, so that's why he had to get so aggressive with the blocking. And once Jackson put the move on him, there's really nothing he could have done, and it was just the 3 of us going for the win, basically.
Yeah, definitely 3 of you going for the win. Kyler came out on top. Still a great finish for you. You led 8 laps. You kind of bided your time all race, and you end up with a good finish. And you had a shot at at it after 500 plus miles, and sometimes it's all you can ask for to have a shot at it. What did you learn from this? Possibly anything you can put into other races of this magnitude in the future?
I don't think I learned much. I think it's more the same, just making sure you have your car at the end, and once you get to the end, you can't lift.
We saw a lot of that. Saw a lot of not lifting the last 20, 30 laps. You almost got there. You end up with a good finish, at least a decent payday for you, even though it wasn't the race victory. Wyatt, anyone else you want to thank or shout out?
Oh yeah, shout out you guys for broadcasting and MRL for putting this on, and obviously shout out my teammates Kyler, Jackson, Malik, Nathan, and Miles, and Jack Mace.
And Jack Mace couldn't make it to the end. Factory setups, branded cars get 1-2. You end up being the 2. Close but no cigar. But congrats on a second place. Great run regardless, Wyatt. Great. Thanks for talking to us. We'll see you in the future.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
So Wyatt Gray finishes second, just behind his teammate of Kyler Wynn, but sandwiched with his other teammate, Jackson Bice, who we'll bring in here. And Jackson Bice, you got a copy?
Yeah.
Well, Jackson, it was an excellent race for you. A bit of an up and down race. Biggest thing for you probably was the late race tap that you got, and we talked about over the interview, just about you trying to make that move to block Kyler and got a little tap from the rear and spun into the infield grass. When you were at that point, I asked you, as you were outside of the top 25, if you thought that you could maybe get back into it, and you said yes, and you absolutely did.
Oh yeah. The third lane has a ton of mow. It's just depending on if people want to use it, and that was something that I was able to take advantage of. Was when people all went to the third, I was able to go to the middle, and when no one was on the third, I was able to go third and just pick up a ton of ground.
Well, and once you got to that, you felt, I imagine you probably felt a lot of security with having your teammates around you, that they weren't going to do anything crazy. I know that Kyler told me that y'all's goal was just for one of you to get to victory lane, but you were the one right behind Trevor Aswinoff, and you were the one that was probably going to be the one to make the move. You fake high, look low. Is there anything in that situation you think you could have done differently to not get caught up there with the 89?
I mean, nothing against Trev, but you saw it coming to the white whenever he threw the block too. I mean, whether he was clear or not, he was going to be throwing that block, and I knew there was nothing I could do about it. And not only that, but Kyler and Wyatt told me that if I didn't make my move, they were going to go. So I didn't make my move when I wanted to, but all three of us finished top 3, so it was nice to complete the podium with our team.
Will you say you didn't make the move when you wanted to? What was your plan?
Really to get off of 4, and I knew I'd have them behind me. So if I get high, he's probably going to clear himself. But the move I wanted to make was to make it coming mid that run to the start finish line through leaving the tri-oval, not in 4.
Is there any solace to helping your team achieve this 1, 2, 3?
It's definitely nice, and it gives us a lot of momentum heading into the PGR 500 next week. So I don't know. It's probably the best finish I have in a big event. So it's nice to finish up there and put myself in the right position, but it just didn't play out the way I wanted it to, leaving 4.
Yeah, definitely a tough one to swallow, but at the same time, you're happy about getting a good finish. Jackson, good luck to y'all next week. Before I let you go, anyone you'd like to thank?
Thank you, Mark Person, for sponsoring me into this, and just shout out to everyone who was pulling for me and all my friends that spotted for me.
Well, congratulations on your podium finish.
Thank you.
Jackson Bice rounds out the podium of the first MRL 500. And with that, we have concluded. I can't believe we started about 4 hours ago, but it was all worth the wait, Connor.
Certainly was. Really, really crazy for all 500 plus miles, and then the extra miles past 500. I mean, so many crazy races, so many crazy racers. I mean, we saw the moves were crazy from lap number 1. We saw a lot of incidents to show for it, unfortunately, but the racing was good. We got green flag pit stops. That was a chore for a lot of drivers as well, especially even under caution. We had certain issues, but the racing was as frantic as we saw in the duels, and we got 5 times the amount that we got in the duels. So really crazy race, really fun watching so many drivers come from the back to the front. A lot of drivers had to deal with getting through the attrition and all that. I mean, Kyler Wynn, like you said, he had about 8 minutes of damage, and he was still able to repair all that, come back to the front, and go fourth to first out of turn 4 to get the victory. Really crazy stuff. And I guess technically next year he would be going for 3 in a row.
He will, in fact, be going for 3 in a row next year with the jump in years. But if this is your first time joining us on V-Speed, we thank you for watching along in this inaugural MRL 500. We perform shows all week long in all types of motorsport on the iRacing service. Give us a subscribe, give us a like, give us a follow. We would love for you to come back and watch more of our excellent production shows. I couldn't thank my team more, with Bradley Cooper, our producer, Connor Horn, my race analyst and partner in crime, and our cameras provided by Dougie Beard. If you want to get involved with the Misfit Racing League, go to racemrl.com, and the PGR, excuse me, I did it again, the PGR Esports, the 500 for them will be next week. You can check that out. We thank them for all of their help. That concludes our broadcast from Daytona and the World Center of Racing. My name is Scott Scheib. We'll see you next time on V-Speed. Good night.